Right, let's get her doing. Welcome back to the channel, everyone. Yeah, let's get her done. So yeah, today we're gonna be on PC Part Picker, going over the prices of GPUs over the past 18 months. Yeah, some GPUs are not even that old, so we're gonna go over those ones as well, like the 50 series and the 9000 series. But we're gonna go over the actual prices of them versus the MSRP prices. And we need a hero. We need we need an Intel back. We need an Intel doing something. By the sounds of it, if you've not checked out my other live streams, we've gone over that Intel is stopping production on a bunch of things, and that does not look good for us, because if Intel stops doing production on their newer nodes and or GPUs, prices of AMD and NVIDIA cards will just keep rising. Same thing with CPUs. Yeah, we can start off with the ARC A380 here for the past 18 months. Started off below $200 USD, so US, just below 200, peaked up around May 2024, and right now sitting at where it was when it first came out. That's July 1st, roughly, into 2025. So that's the A380. It's not a half bad card. Not the greatest for gaming, of course, but still not a half bad card. And then we can go to the A750, which is the next tier up for this GPU. Started off just above $200, 210 roughly, when it came out. And now it's sitting around $270 for the card. So it went up in price due to the fact people were finding these cards were pretty good for workstations and weren't half bad for actual gaming. Not the greatest, of course, but it worked. And for the price, it worked well. The ARC A770, again, this is a 16 gigabyte card. For the price that it came out as, it was a very good card. Launch price 250 USD. Of course, the prices of it were all over the place. All over the place. Right around, we're not even going to go off the zero here. It's supposed to be $250 USD when it came out, but of course, it went up from there. And yeah, so we're sitting around, let's say, $380 when it was out, and people were actually buying it, because people weren't buying this card when it first came out. Until today, it is sitting around $430. So it has gone up in price. The fluctuations on this card were fairly steady for quite a while, but then all of a sudden, more people are finding these cards were better, especially after the driver updates for these Intel cards. After one of the driver updates increased the performance by up to 50%, these cards were selling a lot more. And people were finding out that these cards were really good for editing stations, for content creators, and not half bad for gaming. Could be better, of course, but we're pretty good. The GeForce RTX 3050, 8 gigabytes. Yeah, the price of it around $420 was not a great price for it. For a 3050 8 gig, not the greatest price at all. The prices did decline quite a bit, down to around $220 to $230, but then went back up to just over $300 to today. So it's not the greatest card for most people, especially 8 gigabytes of VRAM nowadays. If you're on a budget build, I would even still recommend it. I would recommend the 3060 12 gig, due to the fact the price to performance for it's way better. Even still, if you compare it to a 4060 nowadays, 4060, yeah, 8 gig, but Still better than the actual 3060. So price of the RTX 3060 12 gig was more or less launched, $350. It was right around that $375, $380 range though. Yeah, how's it going, Duck? Vision. Wow. Brutal. And the price of the 3060 12 gig right now is, yeah, just above $300, right around $320 to $330. How's it going, Theo? How's it going, Theo? Ah, doing pretty good, doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. Don't forget to like the live stream. So the GeForce RTX 3060 Ti prices are all over the place for this card. I mean, absolutely all over the place, like all over the place. And it's the price right now for it is absolutely wild. Again, for the 30 series cards right now, and has been for quite a while, for the past almost a year, have been absolutely mind-boggling. So not even the past year, past like 4 months, the prices of them don't make sense. Basically, they just don't make sense. Yeah, came out right around the $400 range. Most of them are selling around $440 US. And then down, up, down, up, down, up, absolutely all over the place. Down below $400 for a while, then back up over $400, and then now it's up over $600. You're looking at around $630 to $640, depending on the model you're getting. And it's just not worth it. It's not worth that kind of price. And people are still buying them. That's why these prices are so high. Because people are still buying these cards. How's it going, Vep? Yeah. I mean, the prices are literally wild. Wild for 30 series cards right now. And the RTX 5050. Oh, did you? In the Discord, I'm guessing? I think I looked at it quickly when I was in the Discord. Is that the e-waste picture? Because kind of makes sense. Again, they got to utilize the chips that they have, even though the chips don't make the cut for higher end GPUs, like the actual silicon does not meet the actual GPU specs of what, for a 5060 or 5070 Ti or 5070. They can cut the cores. They don't have to add in the actual the wiring for these chips, so that way they can utilize them. That way they can get more yield out of them. That's why we got these different tiers of GPUs, more or less, because that's how they can cut costs on certain cards. And yeah, cutting cost, not really much cutting cost there. I mean, 360 is €271 in France. Actually, this is a good, but yeah, nah, it's still not worth it, buddy. Even a 12 gig is still not worth it. You might as well just go with like a 5060, 8 gig, which beats it. It beats it. Beats it even in 1440p and 4K. Again, VRAM does not necessarily matter until you're up into wanting way more frames, and then you're gonna need a good CPU anyways. And yeah, like a lot of people are thinking VRAM is, the greatest thing ever. It's not. It's, you need to have the GPU to actually output the power. And the older stuff, like the 30 series, it's not, I guess, old. It's 4 years old now. Can't compete with the newer stuff. It can't compete with the 9000 series from AMD, and it can't compete with the actual 50 series from NVIDIA. And that's, that's architectural upgrades through generation, which is good. It's what we want to see. But the prices of these older cards right now are astronomical. They don't make sense. And people are buying them still thinking they're good. Stop buying these cards. Stop buying these 50 series cards for these prices because it does not make sense. If people stop buying, you'll see these cards prices start going down. That's when you can start buying again. And if you see them going up, stop buying. If they're selling well and they will sell well, just stop. Just stop. Stop buying them. Prices will go back down to where you can afford it again. Until where it makes sense. You want them around MSRP, and people are buying them like close to double the MSRP price, which is absolutely wild. Exactly, and most people, and still 60% of people are on 1080p. If you're on 1080p, you don't need anything definitely more than 8 gigs. Yes, having a 12 gig or 16 gigabyte card will be more beneficial, depending on your CPU though as well. Because if you don't have a good enough CPU for 1080p, you're not going to see the frames. So it's best to spend the money on the CPU if you're doing 1080p, and then buying a decent card. You don't have to have the high-end card, just have a decent card. And then we got the 3060 Ti low hash rate. That it doesn't matter. The price is still the same, basically a little bit less than the 3060 Ti, but the people are saying these low hash rate cards are different. They're not really different. On a certain driver, you can it's the exact same. It's the exact same. Let's go and chosen one. Sold my 3060 12 gig for 200 about a month ago, and about 5060. There you go. And that's your 5060 is probably performing way better than the 3060 12 gig. I know, I've seen the tests. I've checked on a whole bunch of forums and that on actual games for performance, and yeah, the 5060 is outbeating the 3060 12 gig, even at 1440p. Again, they're not really made for 4K, so I was only checking out 1080p and a little bit of 1440p. On the jiggle physics. Yeah, I hear you, man. Again, when the cards came out for the 3060 Ti low hash rate, they should have been around the 360, 370 range. They were like $600 for basically when they first, like last year, basically, when that first one came out. But yeah, the prices of them just spiked up because last year, mining, if you know about mining and that, these cards were pretty good for mining, and that's why the price was so high there. As you can see, the peak prices. Then it went down because people just stopped buying them because the prices didn't make sense. Then it went up, down, up, and then evened out for a few months there. Spiked, evened out because again, people won't be buying them. Yeah, they're gonna. These are called trial and error bumps of prices. These are trial and errors. So companies might put these prices up higher, not NVIDIA, not AMD, not Intel, no one else but retailers. Retailers would do these prices up, these bumps, because they're called trial and errors. MSRP is not MSRP. They can do whatever price they want for retail. And if if they're not selling, they'll put it back down, as you can see. And then they sell a little bit, they put it up, sell a little bit at a lower price, and they put it back up. And they might sell a few more cards at that higher range, so they make more money. And then now they're evening out at around $600. Again, does not make sense. Oh yeah, the 5060, of course you gotta play things better. Yeah, gaming on something that's smoother is gonna be better than having all that jiggle physics. Get tired of all the video testing at 1440p high settings and then saying the card is trash. When it's not, no. And that's the thing, the card isn't technically made for 1440p high settings, for 1440p medium low settings, 1080p gaming, high settings. Exactly, yeah, you're gonna be playing at 1080. Again, 60% of people around the world, 60%, I've already went over through all this, 60% are still on 1080p. There's 20% of people now on to 1440p, but that might not even be their gaming monitor. Their gaming, that might be just their other monitor that they actually use for watching videos and other stuff like that. A lot of people are still on 1080p though, and like 3.65% of people are at 4K. That's not much, and then the rest are at like 720p and lower. I hear you, man. Yeah, and that's the thing. These newer games that are not optimized very well. They're just not optimized very well. Like you would see the games, you compare like the older games compared to the newer games, and some of the older games look better, play better. If they look better and play better, what's wrong with these new games? How do these new games look worse than the older games and perform worse? That does not make sense. That's called optimization. You also have the 9070 XT with a 1440p 34-inch ultra-wide monitor, but I didn't expect my 1080p if this exact look like that. I don't know why reviewers review like that. Like I said, and as soon as I started seeing these reviews this year, I'm like, why are they doing these kind of reviews? If you were watching my live streams and that, you would know that I am not happy with what these top YouTubers, content creators for PC hardware are doing these reviews like this. It does not make sense. They completely switched the way they were doing it, and it doesn't make sense in why they're saying these things. A lot of things. Again, a lot of people don't know. This year, a lot of content creators, YouTubers, top YouTubers, were paid off by AMD, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. But if you're being paid off by a certain company to say nothing but good stuff about your products, well, guess what? You're not going to give the review that should have been out. You're not going to give the other company a fighting chance. You're going to handpick games for it. You're going to handpick settings for it, so that way that GPU, that brand is actually going to perform better. Game on your 1080p setup just as much as 480p setup. I like them both. Yeah, if you like them both, you like them both. And it depends on what you're doing, what kind of games you're actually doing too, right? Yep. Yeah. Again, like, you know how YouTube videos, content creators, and that they'll say that they're sponsored by a certain person. Now, for being sponsored by companies like Intel, Nvidia, and AMD, basically no one is being sponsored by Intel this year. They won't have to put in their video that they were sponsored by AMD, Nvidia, or Intel. I'm just going to use all of them as an example here. They don't have to say that they were sponsored, because there's 4 different ways to get around doing that, legal ways, so that way no one can find out you're sponsored by somebody. And that's the one thing that a lot of people do not realize. There are ways around these content creators and or reviewers to say that they were not sponsored by somebody. Now, given a graphics card is one way. So let's say they were given a graphics card to review, right? Well, they were given that graphics card for free. And that right there is one way that they actually don't have to say they were sponsored, because it was just a given for a review. That's theirs. That's all theirs. They can sell that graphics card if they wanted and that. But then there's another way, so that way that company that gave them the graphics card can actually give them money through affiliate links and other things. And if you look, they have affiliate links to buy these graphics cards that they're reviewing. Through an affiliate link, they are paid, and the company can pay them money through that without being told, like, or even saying that they were sponsored. That's technically a sponsorship without being a sponsor, or being sponsored. Yeah, if you play a lot of one-player games, and let's say the latency is not half bad and it actually feels really good, because remember, as you put the latency up, that technically makes it so that way the frame rate looks lower, and that's one thing that doesn't quite correspond with what I like. Again, I play games that are online games that are high refresh rate games, that if there's a lot of latency involved, frame time latency, then it just feels off. And then, like, because I'm used to muscle memory and eye coordination for that, it would make it so that way I'm missing shots, or things are just not feeling very good. Even still, again, even though there's laws against, there's laws for the sponsorships and that, there's a way around it. There's a way around it. You can still be sponsored by somebody and not say you're sponsored. Oh, and if you'd like to help out this channel, I am sponsored right now by Dubby. If you click in the link description below, Dubby is a energy drink, and you can also get some shakers in that too. And if you just click that link, it automatically applies the 10% off the first purchase. If you just go to dubby.com and actually check out the flavors in that, go to the cart and add the actual promotional code. It's OCPC, all capital. We just started building PCs like 4 months ago, and because of the reviews, I bought the 5070, 5070 Ti, 9070 XT, 9060, 9070 XT. Thank God Microsoft let you bring them back within a month. Yeah, that's nice. No questions asked, and thank God to this GPU came out right after. Yeah, and you probably saved a lot of money, and it works for what you needed to do, right? So if we look at the GeForce 3070, right, the RTX 3070, the past year here, over a year here, you can see that the price, they just weren't selling in that, and then all of a sudden they're up around that $530, $540 range. July 2024, they're up around $730, $740 range, and they've stayed around that price. Wild, right? Absolutely wild. And people are buying them. That's why they're staying at this price. And because there's not a lot of them, the price will be like this for a while. You suck at competitive shooters, but I know what you're saying, except I do play Helldivers 2, though. I have never played Helldivers 2. Maybe one day. So, the GeForce RTX 3070 Ti, this is a card that I have and probably be using for a while. It's a decent card. The prices were all over the place for it, as you can see, all over the place. But you can't really get them now, unless you're buying them off like Amazon, and you're gonna be spending like $1,000+ for one. And that's why there's nothing over here, but yeah, the price right now around there was around $550, but now, well, 520 to 550. But try to find them now, they're really, really expensive. And then the 3080, 10 gig, no one was buying them really. And then, yeah, there's not much detail for this one because people weren't really buying the 10 gig. The 12 gig is a little bit of a different story. What, man? I got a 9070 XT at MSRP when it came out, and that's been the best upgrade I could have gone with. There you go. And I bet it works really good for what you're doing. And should work for you for the next couple of years at least. It's got lots of power. Enough VRAM. And so you gotta realize it's not just the VRAM. You need to actually have the throughput power, like your bit bus width. You gotta have to make sure it has decent ray tracing. They did really good on those cards for the ray tracing, especially if you like ray tracing games and stuff like that. But you need the throughput power for it as well, right? That's what I'm saying. The bit bus rate is what you really need to look at as well, and they're decent cards for that. They got enough. Yeah, the 3080, 10 gig low hash rate. I mean, this is where the 3080 this is where it's the 3080 non-low hash rate is prices. So we can even look at just the 3080 10 gig low hash rate price and put it to the 3080 10 gig right here as well. And that is roughly the price we're looking at. Like, it's close to $1,000 at one point, and then evened out around the $780 range. And right now they're not really selling, so there's not really anything about them. Again, the 10 gigs, a lot of people stayed away from these 10 gigs nowadays, so that's one thing to look at as well. The 12 gigs a different story, though. They're just right around that $800 range, and has been for a while. For the past year, they've been around that $800 range, and people are still buying them because they are 12 gig. They aren't half bad. Not the greatest, but not half bad. Still have to upgrade a few things, but happy. There you go. That's the main thing. The next thing you should probably be looking at is either upgrading the CPU or upgrading your RAM, so that way you have more RAM. you only have 16 gigs of RAM, make sure you get yourself 32 at least. In my preferences, I like to tell people 32 for the minimum. 48's a really good way to go, especially for DDR5. You get some decent timings out of it, and they stay fairly cool. As soon as you go to 64 gig, it's a higher density, and things are all over the place there. Prices, too, are all over the place for 64 gig. But 48 gig, you can find some decent prices for them. You got the Steel Legend 9070 XT, also with the Steel Legend. Oh yeah, I think you were telling me about that. Yeah, yep. B650 now? Nice. Upgrade yourself with W. Yep. Overclock yourself with W. You got the Steel Legend 9070 XT. A lot of people actually got the 9070 XT. And a couple people in the Discord channel got it. As soon as they got it, they started giving me some information on it. They're doing the overclock, undervolt. I asked them about the voltage in that. Even though they're undervolting it, the voltages still reach the exact same. But their overclock on it was really good. So that's really what mattered. The undervolting for the 9000 series, by the looks of it, it does not really matter that you undervolt it. The undervolt does not matter, won't apply technically when you start overclocking it like that. It just automatically still uses more voltage, which makes sense. It's got to stay stable, and if the card can stay stable, that's good. There's probably maybe a way around it, maybe some updates with the drivers might have helped fix that, but when they first came out, it didn't matter if you undervolted or not. The voltages were still reaching the exact same voltages it should have. Yeah. That's why they bought it too, because it's a nice white card. A lot of people, I mean, the prices for those 9070 XT Steel Legends were really good, and for a white graphics card, generally you'd be spending like $50 to $100 more, and they weren't that much more, so, or the exact same price. So it's amazing. With W, I feel like before you drink it, you were running at 100 megahertz, but when you drink it, you jump boosted to 5 gigahertz. Let's go. 3090 prices. Oof. Oh, it's a big upgrade for you, man. It's a big upgrade. I mean, the 5700 XT worked for a lot of people for a long time. The prices of them weren't the greatest due to the fact they were kind of a mining card, but they worked. They worked good for gaming. 3090 prices here. So back in March 2024, they're just around $1,100 US, 1100 US. Canada, they were like $1,800. Like hard to find too. They jumped up to about 1,400 and peaking. Some people were buying them at 2,000. Absolutely wild. Wild. People will be buying around August 2024 to September 2024. $2,000 for a 3090 is wild. Wild. And now they evened out around the $1,250, $1,300 range. Wild. You got it when it came out? Yeah, so the price was, you're spending a little bit more than MSRP, I'm guessing, for it. Because they were, yeah, a sought-after graphics card for miners. $108 megahertz? I mean, the jump would have been 110, technically. They don't go in that kind of increments. They go either in 5 or 10, and some graphics cards 20 increments for overclocks. I would say 110 megahertz. But if you were plus 108, it would be doing plus 110 on the actual core. It wouldn't be doing plus 108, or it would be doing the lower of the ladder. That's how overclocking works. There's no increments like an 8 or 6. You can do plus 106, but it's only going to add on plus 100. If that makes sense. And depends on the temperature and all that as well, whether or not that's going to apply proper. 1500 for 3090 Ti, is that? Yeah, you're looking at you're looking at that. Yeah. Does that even make sense? Oh, it's all good, man. But yeah, yeah. Because the 3090 Ti's we're not really buying at this time here, and due to the fact the prices of them were pretty wild as well for the 3090 Ti's. Again, it was very hard to find them around this time. There is no actual information to get. But then, yeah, right around November 2024, December 2024, when they were more or less, for some people, buying them, $1,500 and has been staying at $1,500 for a 3090 Ti. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, if you need any help overclocking stuff, just let me know. I can help you out. Manually overclocking, let's say, your 9070 XT, you can do technically plus 250, no problem on it, on the core. And then on the memory, you could do plus 500 to plus 1000 easily. Very easily. Don't have to worry about the voltages. Let the voltages do its own thing that helps the stability. And since those cards had a pretty good, they have really good coolers on those cards, they stay fairly cool anyways. So you might see like maybe 2 degrees, 3 degrees difference. But you might see an extra 10 to 30 frames in games, depending on the game. But yeah, those cards are very easy to do plus 250 on the core. Very easy. A lot of people are doing plus 350. Some people are doing plus 400 on the core, which is insane. Same thing with the 50 series cards. They're really good for overclockability. Very good. And with the upgraded GDDR6 on the 9000 series, yes, it's GDDR6, but they're technically overclocked from factory, and they are very good for overclocking. You could easily do technically plus 1000 on them. I tell people just do plus 500 and it's good. You do plus 1000, they start getting warm. The 4070 now. We're going to look at the 4070, which a lot of people did like the 4070 and the 4070 Super. So the 4070 back in February was just over $600. Again, these prices of, especially these fluctuation of prices going up and down, is because people are buying them at these peaks. And then since people are like, it's not really worth the money, this is when you get these peaks down. So that way retailers would be like, okay, well, we'll sell it cheaper. Still above MSRP, but sell it cheaper, and boom, though that's why you get these spikes. You get these little dips, and you get these spikes. But it fairly even all the way across the board from February 2024 all the way until we'll say September 2024. So quite a long time last year, and now it's evened out around $550. In my opinion, don't be buying this card for more than 400. It's good, but it's not that good. The 4070 Super is a different story. It is upgraded. It is a lot better, but still, in my opinion, try to stay away from it. Last year, February, just over $600 for it, so not half bad, but it did spike up to $660 for a few months, and then people stopped buying it again. That's why we have this dip, and it stayed around that because, well, if it's selling around this price and a lot of people are still buying them around this price, we're going to keep it at this price. And now we still have these spikes going up, and it's back to close to that $630 range. Wild. Spend that money on a newer generation. It's going to give you way more performance on the actual like ray tracing and just overall performance. Again, I can't say nothing bad about these cards. They're not half bad. It's just they could be better. They could be better. The 4070 Ti. 4070 Ti. GeForce RTX 4070 Ti average price in the last 18 months. We'll go back Go back to February here. This card was expensive, okay? Expensive. We're talking like $830 range. Dips, not even evened out. A lot of trial and errors on this one as well. Going back up to that $800 range again, dipping down to $750 and then spiking up around over $1,000. $1,000. The RTX 5080 was a GTX 1080 Ti price. It would be good. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, if it was like $200 less than what it is, it'd be selling so many. I mean, they're already still selling quite a bit of them, but it would shift the market. And I'm not sure if these companies want to shift the market. That's why I'm saying, like, Intel not doing these graphics cards, coming up with more graphics cards due to the fact that they're trying to finalize a bunch of other products, a couple other products. They're with the other CEO, Pat, with Pat as CEO, he had so many things on the go, and now that Lipiton's in, he's trying to make it so that way Intel's not spending all this money on 30 different projects, so that way they can finalize some projects and architectures of the GPUs and or CPUs that they want to launch, to make it so that way it makes their name good again, not just for gamers but also for data centers and people that want it for workstation stuff. Yeah, man. Yeah, the Arc B580 at 250. Exactly. The Intel Arc A770 250. The B580 is a 12 gig card versus a 16, but the B580 at 12 gig did outperform the A770 even though it was 16 gig for the same price. For the same price, man. And they stayed around MSRP price. They did not fluctuate up to like $500, $600, $700. They stayed around. The B770, yeah, but they're really what's really intriguing some people is the B60. The dual B580 card with 24 gigs of VRAM, and then some AIBs, some partners are doing 48 gigabytes. Yup. That's why Intel needs to help change the market. They do. Intel really needs to change the market on this. Yep, the driver support's a lot better now. With the updated drivers that they did, it gained more performance with it too. It's a really good card for $110, man. A really good card. For that price point, you cannot find a card from AMD or from NVIDIA from the past 5 years for $110 that can beat that at all. You can't. Not even at probably $200 for AMD or NVIDIA. Yeah, Pat had some. He was not making sense. Pat was not making sense on what he was doing. Um, so, if did you hear? Does everyone hear? Did you hear about the layoffs that Intel's doing? Pat was the one that wanted to start the layoffs. Okay, so it's not Lipiton that did the layoffs. Pat Gilsender was literally the one that was going to do the layoffs, but he wasn't going to lay off as many people. Okay, he was still going to do the layoffs, but he wasn't going to lay off as many people. And then Lipiton's like, no, we have to lay off more people from this factory, and this factory. Why? Those factories were not on the newest node. Those factories were not working on the newest node. Those factories were only working on older nodes for stuff that was not selling and making the company money. Marketing as well from those certain fabs as well. Same thing. Like Fab 28, I've been talking about Fab 28. They're laying off people from Fab 28. There's still gonna be thousands of workers there. They're gonna lay off approximately 1,000 workers. Could be more by the time they're done. that Fab 28's working on super old stuff. We're talking from like 5-6 years ago that no one's buying. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. And Fab 28 is working on old stuff. They're working on a little bit of AI stuff, but they're literally working on old stuff. They should shut down Fab 28. Exactly. Is it worth Intel to update Fab 28? Is it worth Intel to spend roughly $10 billion to update Fab 28? It would probably cost them 10, maybe $30 billion to update Fab 28. We're talking billions of dollars. We're not talking a little bit of money here to update it. Because they would need all new processing machines, completely new high EUV lithography machines and low EUV machines to create these new AI and to help advance their let's say because they're not really working on the 18A, but to help process the 18A node, the 1.0 nanometer transistor. They should shut it down, but they're not. They're just going to do some layoffs, put some people into early retirement, because there are older people there at Fab 28 that could go into retirement, and give them an early retirement. So it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world with these layoffs. A lot of people are making it go, oh, Intel's in the hardest, tightest spot. Yeah, they are. They're in a hard spot, but Intel is a huge company that people don't realize how big they are. They've always been a big company. They got a whole bunch of these foundries and fab places that just are not updated. They did not spend the money throughout the years to keep it updated. And these nodes that they're on are super old, like 7 nanometer to 10 nanometer nodes that no one's going to be using later on in the future, especially next year when we're on everyone's basically using 2 and 3 nanometer nodes. So Intel should be, like they're doing, what Libuton's doing is cutting the 1.0 nanometer transistor, or the 18A and 18AP node, and just using it on in-house products and not allowing, other, giving it off to other people to put into their products. They're going to use it in their own products, and that's it for the 18A and 18AP. So 18AP is for mobile, and 18A is for more like desktops and data centers and stuff like that. So it's still going to be made, but for us consumers, we probably won't really see it. Panther Lake is a different story. That's again for laptops, for the Intel laptops. They will be going into laptops. So again, I've talked about it, made videos about it. A lot of things going on in that, but they're going to cut that and then invest their money into the 1.4 nanometer transistor, or the 14A node. Okay, so the 14A node is what they're going to be working on, and TSMC, the main manufacturer for NVIDIA and AMD, is going to have to compete with the 1.4 nanometer transistor. And if they can get the 1.4 nanometer transistor out before the end of 2027, early 2027, or even come out next year, they're going to be so far advanced, because AMD is only going to be using 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer for the newest CPUs. And that will be developed, or the foundry from TSMC will be making these chips for AMD, if that makes sense to people. So if Intel can actually get out the 14A sooner than expected, that would be better for Intel. If Intel can advance on their GPU cores, just coming out with like a B770 that's way better than the B580 for around the same price, they can even jump it up to $300. But if it's twice the performance that what they have already, that would be crushing AMD and crushing NVIDIA on price to performance, like they've already been doing. And a lot of people just aren't looking at the price to performance anymore. This year, no one's looking at price to performance. They're just looking at performance. You're still spending so much more money on these CPUs and GPUs from AMD and NVIDIA instead of buying an Intel product, because you're looking only at performance. The price to performance, or frames per dollar, Intel is crushing it right now. You cannot beat a 14600K or a 13600K. You cannot beat a B580 right now for price to performance. You can't. AMD and NVIDIA cannot compete to price to performance anymore. And yet people are bashing Intel. Everyone wants to talk about price to performance and how AMD used to be good. AMD's crap for that now. Crap, I'm sorry to say. Crap. You're gonna get the performance, but you're not gonna get the price to performance. 50 life. Get the price of a 49, or get the performance of a 4090 for. Oh, it's good. It's good, man. It's so good. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. Let's go on to the 4070 Ti Super. Oh, good card, okay? Cannot say it was a bad card. It was actually a pretty good card. It's just pretty expensive. Right around that $800 range, and then went up to $900, even backed out to the $800 range, $820, $850 range for a while, and now we're sitting around $800 again for the 4070 Ti Super. $800. Yeah, for both your kidneys and one of your lungs on sale. 4090 right now. 1800. 1800. You paid MSRP? You paid MSRP for 4090? Yeah. No, 1800. 1800 for a 4090 right now. Average selling price. Did peak over 200 or two grand, around 2200, and then 2400. Sorry, 2500, 2600 for a small peak. Very small percentage though. Nah, man, yeah. Bleeding edge has never been cheap. Yeah, sure, but I mean, being on the bleeding edge. Okay, you gotta remember all these big companies are talking about how the smaller the actual transistor, right, correlates to the actual price of the product. The yield of the transistor, the yield of the chips correlate to the price of the product. Why? Even though we're going smaller and smaller, being able to fit more on an actual chip, more on a chip, and getting a good yield, like a very high yield, a 98 to 99% yield on these chips. How are the prices? Why are the prices, even though these companies are, NVIDIA just hit $1 trillion mark. AMD's still just like a multi-billion dollar company. Like they're not going to hit $1 trillion company anytime soon. But even though they keep saying, oh, smaller means more cost effective. It makes it so that the customers don't have to pay as much. The prices just keep going up. The prices just keep going up. The prices just keep going up. That doesn't make sense. Is the 4090 twice as good as the 5070? No, not twice as good. No, maybe 30% better. And then you put the 5070 to, like, if you actually used a frame generation, then yeah, it's gonna be close to a 4090, but it's not like twice as good. No. For the low price of one kidney, basically. Isn't that wild though? Averaging price right now for 4090 is $1,800. Why? Why spend that? Why? Why are people buying it? Stop buying it! Yeah, no, people literally need to stop buying graphics cards. They need to. They need a reality check. These companies like NVIDIA and AMD right now need a reality check. People are freaking buying them. So yep, the 5060 Ti that just came out. Look at that. All started off at around that what, $500 range, and then spiked up to $580. People just stop buying it. Prices will go down to MSRP. Yeah, because everyone's bashing Intel. Yeah, I remember all these YouTubers and that are paid. A lot of them are paid by AMD. Even though they don't say it, even though you can't find it, you they were. They were. They were given these products. Like these reviewers complaining that Nvidia didn't give them a review card for the 5060. Means they weren't paid by Nvidia. Ooh. Just like football today. In most games, yeah. Most games are, yeah. They're just not optimized. Only bad thing is that Intel card crashes on the games I play. What games? If it's crashing, there's something wrong. You should probably return the card. There shouldn't be any crashing. Unless you're playing one game. There's one game, apparently, like Oblivion, that the card does not like playing Oblivion. And that's optimization of the game. That's not the card itself. Oblivion is a terrible game right now for optimization. Even the 5090 plays terribly on it. So comparing a $250 card versus a $2,000 card, I mean, I'm sorry, man. Doesn't make sense. That's why Oblivion was a massive hit, because it was absolutely trash at optimized for graphics cards, yes. The 5060 Ti better? No. The 3090 Ti is better. Monster Hunter Wild? I mean, Monster Hunter Wild has some issues with some cards. Monster Hunter Wild is, yeah, still not fully optimized. Monster Hunter Wild has issues. I know I've tested it on with, like, how many graphics? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've tested it on 5 different graphics cards. Monster Hunter Wild, it's just odd. Some of the older graphics cards actually plays pretty good. On the newer graphics cards, it doesn't play as good as what you'd expect it to. On the exact same settings. Doesn't make sense. It means the game's still not very optimized. It's still fairly new, too. But, I mean, it's not very optimized. And a lot of these games are not that optimized. And it just doesn't make sense how an older graphics card, like from, the GeForce 10 series. So, like the 1060, 1070, 1080, 1080 Ti. How those graphics cards can perform pretty dang good in it, even though they took out the 1080 now. But those graphics cards play pretty good in it, and then I switched over to the 30 series cards, and those cards were like 10, 15 frames more. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? Every other game, those cards wouldn't be playing that good, and then I put it into a newer card, and I get like 3 times the frames. That doesn't make sense. It's called optimization. But if you have a kidney to spare, at 1050 Ti, I mean, there's still actually quite a few people on the 1050 Ti. Again, 4 gig card, but I mean, for the price and then for how long people used it for, they got their money's worth. It just sucks that all the 10 series cards now, no driver support for them. None of them. Yep. The only legend is the 1080 Ti. That's the true legend. 5070. 5070 here. So it did jump to that, $550 range where it was around when it came out. People were buying a lot of these cards, and yeah, the price went all the way up to $750. Some people were buying them for around $850. Wild. And then jump back down to MSRP price. Then all of a sudden people started buying them more and more and more, and now we're up around that $700 range. This card's not worth $700, people. I'm sorry. Stop buying these cards. They're not worth it. Being traded for a Nissan. 5070 Ti. Came out. $800. Up over $1,000. People buy them too. And then yeah, no real people were buying them for a little bit there. If you remember that, people weren't really buying them for around that February time. And all of a sudden, then people are buying them again. They're around that $950 range. And now they're even out around $1,000. People, stop buying them. Stop buying them. These 5070 Ti's are not worth $1,000 freaking dollars. Stop it. Tis. They got to. Or else these prices are good. Look, some people were buying them for like $2,000. What is wrong with people? What is wrong with people? $2,000, 50, 50, 80, 50, 80, 2,000, over 2,000. Some people are buying. Why? Who? Doesn't make sense. They're just selling me life insurance. Oh man, apparently that's happening for a while now. Actually, for the past like week, I'm getting life insurance ads. She didn't blink once for like 2 minutes. She's like me. I don't blink apparently. I am a robot. NVIDIA could sell $0 GPUs. They would still make money. Why? Because AI. Yeah, AI's taking over the world. So, the GeForce RTX 5090 came out $2,000, $1,999, $2,000, and then, wow, went up. Within a month, $2,600. Within a month. Now it's up over $3,000. 3,300 US for 5090. People are buying them. It's a $2,000 graphics card, people. The whole 50 series lineup under $200, and we still make money without. Because AI. Wild. Some of them almost 5,000 US. Wild. People need to stop spending money, especially that kind of money on these. You're gonna give these AMD, you're gonna give AMD and NVIDIA a big head. Oh wait, you already did, and now you're screwed. Radeon RX 6500 XT. Wow, that's, I mean, not terrible. Still more than what I would pay. Yeah, I'd be paying like the $120 range for it. But now it's at 220. We're on the 220 range. Still a little high. I mean, 120 would be a good price. I mean, some people are looking like they're buying at around 150, which is good. But that 220 range, that's a little high. And some people buying them 270, that's a little high. Not worth it, people. Not worth it. Every day, quite literally. Sorry for the slur, but it came from the heart. Don't go breaking my heart. How much is a heart worth? How much is a heart worth? I'll get a fake one. Sell mine. Perfect. Enough for 5090 then. Brutal. Radeon RX 6600 XT. I mean, the line's not half bad on this one until this year. which doesn't make sense. Why are the prices of the 6600 XT so much higher this year? Are people actually buying the 6600 XT this year? Are you buying the 6600 XT? Who's buying the 6600 XT, especially at $500? Who's buying them? Why are you buying a 6600 XT for $500? Are you brainwashed? Is there something wrong with you? I think it's wild. Can you average a little more 300,000? I remember correctly, but yes, I got 6700 XT. 6700 XT is less than the 6600 XT. People are buying the 6600 XT. 6700 XT is better. Do people not know what graphics cards are? $380. I mean, still a little high, but I mean, $550. Yeah, 550. Some people buying them over 600, but 550 average. Averaging, I mean, not really selling right now, but averaging 380. That doesn't make sense. Why are people buying 6600 XTs over 6700 XTs? Oh, find a kidney. Instead, it works also for an RTX 5090. 6800. Last year, right around that $500 range. Did spike up to around $600 for a bit. In March to April, and then evened out around that $400 range, then back up to around that $600, $550, $600 range. Dropped off, no one was buying, then a couple sold for around $380, and then nothing. No one's buying them, or can probably find them. Same thing with the RX 6800 XT. Some people are buying them for, I mean, a lot of people are buying them for $800. Almost $1,000, $980. Wild. Yeah, I would hope so. 6900 XT. No one was buying. And then around August to October, they're right around that $1,400 range. Not worth it. Wild. No one's buying them now, or that's smart though. It's still wild that for 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 4 months, people are buying them for like 1,300. That's 1,400. That's wild. How's it going, Aaron? Nope. Nope. These are strictly graphics card prices. This is what people are buying boxed GPU prices for. I'm doing good. Glad you're doing good, man. Yeah, no, the pre-built PCs are different. They're not in this. This is actually box GPU prices that people are buying. That says that the jiggle physics are better with the cards. Apparently they have smell. Yeah, wild prices, man. Wild. And this is within the last 18 months. Just within like just over a year. These are the prices. This is from 4 years ago, people. Stop it. 5 years ago. Stop buying these cards. Stop buying these newer cards at these prices. Look at the price. A 7900 GRE. 7900 GRE. $700. Stop, please. Sweet and sour. 7900 XT. It's not a card I recommended. When it came out, I didn't even recommend it. Doesn't matter where you lived. I said, don't be buying this card. It's not worth it. $580-ish. That's actually not a terrible price. Last October. Last October. You did good. You did good. You got it for like $40, $60 less than what they were actually selling for. You did good. I'll buy it right now. 7900 XT. Last year, January, February time. Look at those spikes. Why were they selling like almost $900 in January? That doesn't make sense. Should have been lower, especially after the holidays. Ooh, so not half bad model too. Nice. Let's see. If I see a card under $200, I will say, shut up and take my money. Shut up and take my money. Sound like Fry from Futurama. With the iPhone. Why are they calling it an iPhone? Ah, so good. Pushes it in the eye. Now we can install the earpiece. Yeah. Yeah, because it's in the eye. So this year though, January, right around that $750, $770 range, and then evened out to $770. That's wild. Not a half bad card, can't get me wrong. I do recommend more the 7900 XTX. I do recommend it. Again, 7900 XT is 20 gig card. The 7900 XTX is a 24 gigabyte card, and I do recommend the 7900 XTX. It is actually just a way better card overall. Like, you might not think because it has only 4 more gigs of VRAM, it can't be much better. It is. It is that much better of a card. Yeah, shut up and take my money. Yeah, they started talking about all the things. Shut up and take my money. GPU prices are fine. In Minesweeper. I'm very competitive in Minesweeper. I need a 5090. Shut up and take my money. So right around that $1,150 range last January. This January, around the same price. And now around the same price, $1,100. I tell people to buy this card around that $800 range. If you can find it around $800, it's actually not half bad. It's actually a pretty good card around $800. That makes the price performance for it actually so much better. Again, don't look for the performance for the ray tracing. It's the actual no ray tracing enabled. If you find games or have games that are half ray tracing, it performs really good though. Really good. Damn bars. No, I need a SLI of Blackwell Pro GPUs to play. Yes, you do. No, not SLI. You can't do SLI. It's not called SLI anymore. It's called NVLink. God. I bought my 700 XT for 600 from Micro Center like 2 months ago. What? It's pretty good. 600? Are you sure you paid 600 2 months ago? like around May, April, May, or April, April, May area. Cause you did good. You did good for that price. It's yeah, it's over 750 around that time, average price. Radeon RX 9070. No actual details for it for here because it didn't come out until early this year. Okay, that's why we got these bars over here. Just letting people know, just in case you don't know. So the 9070 came out, and yeah, around that 800 and $850 range. Wild. Dipped down because no one's buying. Went back up because people started buying. Again, that $800, $850 range. Some people around $900 range buying it. I don't know. Something wrong with them. And yeah, so it went back down to around that $650, $600 range. Back up to $700, $800 range, $800 range. And now it's evened out around $750. And I don't know, something, I don't know, did they put something in your water or something over in the States? Did they put something in your water? There's gotta be. Someone must have put something in your water. What kind of drugs you taking? I don't want them kind of drugs you're on. You didn't buy one for $850, did you? She had really nice boobs. It's not easy to understand when you just start getting into this. You just assume higher is better. Like thinking the 5060 Ti is better than the 3090 Ti. And a lot of, I guess so. That's why I wish more people watch my channel. I'll give you like the actual facts on this kind of stuff, man. Yeah, no doubt, man. No doubt. Definitely. For 9070 at these prices, that's wild. Wild. Oh my god. 9070 XT at that price? What? What is wrong with people? $1,100 people are buying it for off the bat? 1,100? What is wrong with people? $1,100 for a 9070 XT? And people were complaining about Nvidia with the 3090s? What? You're joking. I mean, if you paid 600, you did pretty good for it there, chosen one. I told him I bought an RGB dress kit, and he believed me. He also didn't play Skyrim. Hey, hey, hey. I bought one 2 minutes ago. It was $2,000. France price skyrocketed 15 minutes ago. Wow. If you got it for around 600, that's better. But the price is the 9070 XT, $1,100. People were buying them. Around $1,100 US. Went down because no one was buying them. Smart. Around the $750 range, $800 range, around the $900 range, and now evened out to $850 range. Wild. Evened out $850. Ah. Still a little high. That should be like 500. Should be around 500. If not, a little bit less. Should be around 500 though. Actually, it should be 689. That's including the VAT. It should technically be around the 650, but including the VAT, 689 MSRP. That's all you want to pay for it. You don't want to pay any more than that. These prices are wild, man. The only good price to performance, is Intel. The only good price to performance that I can see is literally Intel. How come there's no B580? Eh. Price is a little high. Wait, is this... oh, this is Canada. Never mind. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's $255 US, okay? So this is $255 US roughly. The 350. So even with the B580, so you can find it for 250 US. Price of performance is way better. Wild. Wild. For the Sparkle? And it's right around 260, 275 US. It's 400 here. In all honesty, it's not terrible for 400 Canadian. I would only pay up to 350 though. Me for the Sparkle edition. Yeah, the low end model you should be able to get it around that price. Should. But the average pricing is not $599, unfortunately. Because yeah, the Challenger is the lowest end model. Seven days ago. Good option in this overpriced GPU world we live in. While my display is 5K at 60 Hz, all I really care about is 4040p gaming and 60 frames per second is all I can display anyway. Took a slight gamble, but the price was attractive. I need entry mid-range GPU with 8 GB and up RAM. It's 12 gig card, so. i5 12400F with B580 for 1050. He overpaid. He could have got everything cheaper. If it was a little over 300-ish, that's a little high in the States, US. Sorry to deviate from the GPU topic, but is the Acer Predator X27U a good monitor for gaming, content creation, something like that? Okay, so what you're looking for, so if let's say you're looking for decent color in that, if it's a QD OLED or a QOLED or an OLED is what you're looking for. You're more or less QD OLED. It's gonna have nice deep color, like very good color accuracy, deep blacks, and very good color accuracy. That's where you're gonna look for. Yeah, it's still tech, so it's all good. You are correct. It was just a nice 9070 non-XT. It's all good, man. I mean, a little high. Wait, you Canadian? I mean, I got a Samsung Odyssey. A Samsung Odyssey. 32-inch. US, that's high. That's too high. What is the refresh rate of the monitor though? What's the refresh rate of it? It's 27 inch, so not great. It's 50 over MSRP, 350 hertz. Oh dang, that's a monster actually. That's actually not terrible. I would not spend that, especially if you're just looking for the color accuracy, content creation. But if you're gaming on it too, that's pretty good. Yeah, I was gonna say 360 is probably what it should be. 350 sounds odd. And then OLED gonna be 500-ish, right? Around there, yeah. Well, 400 to 600 is around the average. Yeah, still good, man. Yeah, I know they're expensive. I told you. Told you. Way more than what they should be. Way more than what they should be. That's why I'm saying we need a hero. He's gonna be strong. He's gonna be fast. I think I will pick two monitors, but OLED 1440p. $50 off will probably. Look at the Samsung Odysseys. See if there's any deals for the Samsung Odysseys from the deals for Amazon deals. There were Samsung Odysseys on sale, and then again you can find them at OLED and QD OLED as well, and they might be a little bit cheaper. Might not be though. I've been very happy with my Samsung Odyssey though, like very happy, especially when I'm trying to get the color accuracy and stuff like that as well. I have been. I got my 32 inch. It's only 165 hertz, but again, that's fine. It's 165 hertz, 32 inch OLED for 400 Canadian. It's over $600 monitor. G8? Yeah, I got the G5. So you gotta look for like the G6, the Samsung Odyssey G6. That will have the QD OLED. Yep, that'd be around the price of it. Again, because it's gonna be a QD OLED, but that's what you're looking for. Mine's an IPS panel, the G5. The G5 isn't QD OLED actually. 240 hertz. That's pretty good for 240 hertz monitor. QD OLED, yeah, it has less burn-in as well. Yeah, so um, does Rom, he's a one-handed gamer. He has that 1080p or 4K or whatever, 2K or 1080p and 4K monitor. He does have that. There's issues with it. He's had a lot of issues with it. So just be well aware there's a lot of issues with it. But yeah, Aaron, you're gonna be looking for the G6 at least, as it will be the QD OLED. Just make sure you check that it does have the QD OLED, but the G6 is. Yep. Yeah, it'll be 1440p. I am only using 1080p. That's all. I only care about 1080p because I will be gaming with mine as well. But it's um, so my monitor is the uh, so again, QD is quantum dot OLED display, is that's what it stands for, QD, quantum dot. Mine is not. Mine is the W. It's an HD panel. It's just a top of the line HD panel, IPS panel. QD OLED has text ringing issues if isn't high enough. Wouldn't assume it does. Some might though. I don't care. I have to do content creation, so 60 hertz or 1000 hertz. I don't care. Yeah, I hear you on that. Yeah, they're not terrible. They're not terrible. They're not terrible for the heat. They might be a little bit warmer than usual. On okay, it's not the actual panel makeup. So your vertical lining. So it's a vertical lining panel. It's not like an IPS panel. It's the refresh rate that creates the heat. It's the refresh rate of the monitors. So you can set, there's settings on these, right? There's settings on these monitors that you can just do 60 hertz and it will stay very cool. And then you can also adjust the brightness as well. If you're adjusting the brightness, you're gonna, of course, increase the heat. If it has active cooling, that's perfect. It'll probably have a fan in it, not on it, but yeah, in it. That's why I just worked on yesterday with my little 7-inch 1080p 60 hertz monitor. I just added a potentiometer and a fan to it. Had a solder on potentiometer and a fan. So that way I can keep it cool, and then I'm going to be designing a case for it that will fit into a PC. And then I'm going to try to make it so that way I can power it off of SATA or Molex. So that way all the wiring's inside the PC as well. Yeah, QLEDs are good. QD though is better. You've never had an active cooling monitor? They last longer. Yeah, they last longer. And also, I picked two 43-inch TVs for extra monitoring because wasting money is my job. Wild. Yeah, those are some pretty good TVs you got, especially 43-inch. Those are probably pretty pricey. Oh yeah. Yep. The fans are so quiet you won't notice it. 120 hertz, pretty good. Decent price too. Problem for me is I need at least one of my monitors to have USB-C, video, and power delivery. Oh, why don't you just get a changer? Why don't you just get like a HDMI to USB-C? Maybe there's no power. Oh, oh, that makes sense. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. These prices are wild. If anyone's new here, ask any questions, I'll try to answer. Let me know what GPU you have and what prices you bought yours for. I'll let you know whether or not you paid a good price. Let me know what time you bought it for, too. Way back in 1 minute. I'd love to go with a Samsung Frame TV, but they have ads and they are expensive. Oh. Okay, is there not a way to disable the ads? Oh, oh wow. Wow, that's odd that they make you watch ads. Yeah, I hear you on that. I hear you on that. Going to do this. There we go. I can't believe some of these prices still for 4070 Ti, 4070 Ti Super. Let's say 4090. It's just wild. Over 2 grand. Over 2 grand. And these 50 series cards. What's more baffling is the 9070, 9070 XT. It baffles me. It baffles me. Exactly, yeah. You shouldn't. Should not have ads. I hear you. Yeah, raw performance. I mean, yeah, it's there. It's there. It still doesn't. It's still not at those performance though. It's still not at the performance. Still not utilizing new technology. Still on older technology, older hardware that's on the boards. Price to performance, exactly. That's what's not making sense with AMD this year at all. At all. Actually, for almost, yeah, for almost 18 months, the price to performance of AMD has gone downhill. They are not a price to performance brand anymore. Nah, I wouldn't say that. The spike in prices would just correspond to um, how many are being bought at a time in a span of a time. So if a lot of cards are being sold in a week, they can just increase the price next week. A lot of these cards too, they were saying because of the tariffs and all that, but even with the tariff in place, these cards are still $100 to $150 more than what they should actually be sold for, even including the VAT. That's what's not making sense. They're not. If you even if you can get cards at MSRP price, you're not getting the price to performance. Not like what they used to be. Even though, let's say, Intel, right? Intel, you're getting close to the same kind of frames with an Intel CPU paired up with any kind of brand GPU as an AMD CPU. You're getting close to the same frames, but you're also spending almost half the amount. That's what people aren't understanding. You're spending half the amount. That's better for Intel. Price to performance for Intel, not AMD. Same thing with the GPUs. The GPUs, let's say, because you get a B580, right? A B580 performs the same as a 4060 and a little bit better. And in editing and other things, the B580 crushes the 4060. But we're just saying gaming, the B580 compares to a 4060. A little bit better than 4060 in some cases, though, for games as well. But it compares to that. Find an AMD card that performs like a 4060, and what's the price of a 4060? It's not $250. It's more. It's like $500. That's twice the amount. How is that even close? Inflation. Intel didn't inflate like that. Even though right now they're actually selling a lot of Raptor Lake CPUs, the prices are not inflating. They're still at that good price range. At least price to performance, frames per dollar. When they're supposed to 250, yeah. I think they're like that for not even a month. Not even a month though, man. Even at 350, it's still better than 500 for the same performance. Right? For the same performance. And in some cases, Intel was better. In some games, yeah, NVIDIA and AMD were better on specific games, though. And that would be specific for NVIDIA and for AMD, depending on the game's optimization and whether or not they're optimizing AMD at the time or optimizing NVIDIA at the time. Just give me one sec here. That's some games. That's some games. The 9060 XT does not perform better than the B580, especially if you use the 8 gigabyte 9060 XT. The 9060 XT 8 gigabyte. It's a toss up between the two. It's literally a toss up. And it's a toss up. So if you can get a card cheaper for, depending on what you're doing too. No, I agree there too. Like people really should not be buying 8 gigabyte cards. Yes, they're a good buy, depending on what you're doing. But you should be looking at a 12 gig and higher card at least nowadays. Even versus the 16 gigabyte card. And then you can't say the 9060 XT is good for 4K, where 16 gigabytes of VRAM would be more useful. It's not. It's not going to perform in 4K. It's for 1440p max, not even max settings. Right? 16 gigs is more useful for 4K. It's still not even the best, but I mean, it's more useful. I can't believe we don't have the price of 9060 XT here. Yep, depends on the game. Yep, there's a lot of variances of performance between the brands, Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA, and depends on the games and depends on exactly what you're going to be using the GPU for. 1080p high settings, 1440p high settings, 4K high settings. There's only going to be so many cards for 4K high settings anyways. 1440p is becoming more of a standard, but 1080p is still 60% of users on 1080p, 20% on 1440p, and 3.65% on 4K. So if you're part of that 4%, we'll say 4% that's on 4K, you're going to want a higher end card, something that's more than a 9070 XT. If you're doing strictly 4K gaming with a 9070 XT, you're not going to see the performance. You're not, unfortunately. It's not technically made for strictly 4K gaming. 4K low settings, yeah. But do you want to play at 4K low settings when at 1440p high settings it looks basically the same, if not better? No. To me, that's a waste of money. When you can do 1440p high settings and get more frames. On what games? Because I was seeing on some games, it was seeing only a maximum of 20% better on some games. Where are you getting this number? Where? Let me know. Tell me your source. Where's your source? By him. Gotcha. Gotcha. Someone that was paid by AMD. Nice. Let me check him out. Let me check out the video, see what games he used. The ultimate comparison. Oh, wrong one. There it is. I know I won't be showing the video. I don't want him on my YouTube channel. I don't like him. Okay, Monster Hunter Wilds not optimized. It's Monster Hunter Wilds more optimized for AMD. Has not been optimized for Intel cards. So I see why the frames are a little bit less than half the frames. Again, not optimized for Intel at all. Fully optimized for AMD cards. Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster Hunter Wilds, Oblivion, Spider-Man 2. These are all AMD optimized games. These are all AMD optimized games. Assassin's Creed. Okay, Assassin's Creed what one though? Shadows. It's more of a toss-up between AMD and NVIDIA optimized. I don't care. All these games that came out this year are optimized by AMD. More optimized for AMD. More optimized for AMD versus even NVIDIA. Doom. Optimized for AMD. Kingdom Come 2. Optimized for AMD. Optimized. The game's still optimized for AMD. No, if he's not, is he using ray tracing? Is he using ray tracing in this? No. No ray tracing has been used in any of these tests. No. Where? Oh, okay. No, Monster Hunter Wilds he did. Oblivion he did. I mean, okay. You used ray tracing. Now, how are you supposed to compare AMD to Intel on an AMD optimized game? I know I'm checking it through again for the ones that are ray traced. But again, AMD just increased the ray tracing performance. Literally just increased it. Intel's new on it. New. So how can you compare these when literally every single game is AMD optimized? Kingdom Come 2, Claire Obscure. I've never heard of that game. Now let's see if he actually used it. Makes sense why it's a little bit better performance for that. The only game he didn't do that was specifically good for AMD is, yeah, Claire Obscure. And FF7 Rebirth, I don't think is AMD optimized. That Final Fantasy 7, I don't think that's actually. No. The last two games, Claire Obscure and Final Fantasy 7. That's where you're seeing actually performance are a little bit closer to each other. I don't know what you're talking about. Nah, we don't care about the experimental. It's 100 frames per second at 1080p is not terrible. And yeah, it's AMD optimized. It's AMD optimized. The game has been optimized for AMD. Even though it still plays like crap with AMD card, it's still optimized for AMD. How? When some of these games don't even play at 40 frames per second still. Or a nice 60 frames per second. Okay, so again, if you're specifically only playing these, 5 games I think you tested here? Sure, AMD is the way to go. If you're still playing the games from older games, though, it's not. I guess if you're specifically playing Monster Hunter Wilds, Oblivion, Spider-Man 2, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Kingdom Come 2, and Clair Obscur, and then I think there's another game that came out this year as well. Dune as well. But Dune is kind of an odd one. An odd one again, because again, on older graphics card, it actually doesn't play half bad, and on newer graphics card, you'd expect way more performance, but it's not there. Yeah, and you think, and that still doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You don't have to enable Z's for it. You don't have to enable Z's. Z's does not make it better. Makes it visually, actually, I don't like the visual aspect of it. The game's still optimized for AMD, even though FSR is not implemented into the game. That's not part of the actual hardware that's on AMD products. Z says that's different. That's different. What do you mean couldn't bother? What do you mean couldn't bother? They've optimized the new architecture from AMD cards into the game better. They optimized it better. How's it going, Joe? How's the puppy dog? That's different. That's different than what you're talking about. Completely. Completely different, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Again, you're also comparing the 9060 XT 16 gigabyte versus the ARC B580 12. I mean, Hummer Unboxed just came out with a bunch of new things that doesn't even make sense that other YouTubers have already gone over and I've even talked about that does not make sense with the driver updates. No, since you can get the B580 right now for $255. So how is that B580 right now at 255 versus 350? Okay. What's it called? $300. Weird, you can pick one up at Newegg right now for $250. Out of stock, because it's at MSRP. Oh wait, the only card that's actually at MSRP. Oh, but they're at $380 US apparently, right? Right? Come on, man. You're not making good points when I'm finding them at 250, around $250 range. To 5060. I mean, we're talking about like the 9060 XT versus that. Oh, the 9060 XT for $430. 430, but we're going to compare it to what I can find right now, $255 US. $450 9060 XT. Oh, the 8 gig they're saying for 300? No. Oh, wow. No, it's not. Lies. So far, so good. Short version, they think local reaction. Yeah, it could have happened. Hopefully he's good, though. No, no Max. Screw your Max. I'm trying to find the 9060 XT right now below 420. Oh, on Prime on a Prime Day sale, it's 390. It's 390 on sale, $420 regular price. Where are we getting 300 and $350 for the 8 gig and the 16 gig? Is that on sale? Come on, man. I'm trying here. Save $20. 389 regular. 389. Okay, we can get the Challenger though for 369. My apologies. 369. 369. 369. My apologies. That's sale. $20 off. I already know which one you're looking at. Sapphire Pulse, right? That's sale. That's a sale. You can't compare sale. Yeah, so, that's exactly what I said. Exactly what I said. I just looked at the Discord and I already said it. That's on sale. That's on sale. Oh, Newegg. Newegg, 279. 279 versus 389. Because you can't say the sale. You cannot say the sale. You cannot say the sale. So $100 more. Is there $100 more performance? Is there? Oh, in specific games there is. Oh, good for you. Sorry, man. Sorry. I can't handle it. I can't handle it. $300 actually for 9060 8 gig though. But is the 8 gig going to give you much more performance? Not really. Not from what I've seen. It's actually still kind of... Actually, I'm kind of miffed how the B580 is 279. Actually... Yeah, 279. I'm kind of miffed that it's 279. I mean, holy... The Gunner is $400 for a B580? Don't be buying that. Nobody buy these B580. If you're going to buy a B580 because you're doing like editing and want to do like AI and stuff like that, don't buy it for 400. Don't even think about it. Yeah, don't look at sale price. 320, 400 for B580? Are people mad? Oh, hold on. Oh, out of stock though. Out of stock for 250. Actually, more options. Hold on, there's more options. They all out of stock? Yeah, for 250 they're all out of stock. For the B580 for 250, they're all out of stock. Makes sense though. For MSRP price, it's good. At B5A at 250 apparently selling. That's good for that price. But for 9060 XT, man, I mean, we'll even sort this to the lowest price. It's sale though. That's sale. You can't use a sale. You can't use sale. $300. Oh no, $300 right here. Power Color Reaper, 8 GB for 300. Okay, for the 8 gig. I didn't. I didn't. I didn't. I didn't. That's it. That's all you bought. Ah, you need to step it up, man. You need to be a bigger AMD fanboy. I need the R9 290X. Man, I want the R9 290X, not gonna lie. Yeah, which ones did you buy? What all did you buy? Uh, um, I guess any ARC would be good for this stream. Yeah, yeah, for the encoders. The encoder's better. Well, if you got a 9000 series AMD, the encoders are good. Why'd you get an RX 7700 though? The 9000 series have AV1 as well. So I don't know why people don't know that already. I mean, I've already talked about it a lot and how it's amazing on the 9000 series that has AV1. Oh god. Oh yeah, I think I remember you talking about that. How does the ARC B5A have a higher market share? Kind of wild. And you're also going. When did the B580 come out again? I forgot. 2024. But you're literally putting a card that's 6 months older versus a newer card as well. Trying to find the hardware unboxed one that you're talking about. I can't find that video. Yeah, you got a good deal on that VEP. Slowly. Slowly. Yeah, end of last year. The 9060 XT just came out. Yeah, literally just came out. So 50-minute, 3% more on your butt. Ordered an extra Z78 Tough. They're only 130 right now. Oh, how's it going, Born? That's what for 130? Dang, son, that's actually a pretty good buy. You posted the graph. Where's the 9060 8 gig? I don't see no 9060 8 gig. They still came out with it, and it's still closer price to the B580. Now, did you look at the 1% lows as well? What do you know? The 9060 XT and the B580, we're going with the 8 gig. No, I don't. No, that's 16 gig, and the card's worth way more. Gay, do we have to go back through this again? We're going with the same price card right now that you can buy. So it'll be the 9060 XT versus the B580. 9060 XT is a newer card, that's fine. B580 has 12 gigs, that's fine. The 1% lows on the B580 versus the 9060 XT are very similar. The average frame rate might not be there, but the 1% lows are fairly similar. Now you're saying on those 18 games tested, from a YouTuber that literally has kind of faked a bunch of stuff, if you went through the past stuff and that as well, that don't make sense. I'm sorry. I'll go to more trusted sites. Even with Tech Power Up, there are some things that are not trusted. Some do not function well, 4 sticks, but I don't. No, yeah, they don't function well. You should have only 2 sticks of DDR5 for best performance, unless you're only doing like workstation stuff. Some do not function. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go order those next power supplies. It's only $78 for 850 watt. Which one? It better be the correct, because I've already gone over the cost per frame. Where is it? They didn't give me a Discord thing. That's a crazy keyboard glitch. Alrighty. Thanks, Joe. General? Okay. Now, are these at MSRP price? Or is this at... And I still don't see the 9060 8 gig. 6600. Holy moly, $11 per frame. That's insane. That's insane. Insane in the membrane. Doesn't matter. It's closer to the price. It's closer to the price of a B580. And if you go off of MSRP prices, they don't compare. Sale. 300. What, like, how is the Asus Dual that expensive before? Should be at this price always. Not 40% $40 off. Yeah, the B580 is better. Yes. That's versus the 16 gigabyte card too. And the 16 gigabyte card costs more than the B580. And if you go to MSRP prices, the price performance or the cost per frame is even more of a difference. More of a difference. More. That's hard. I'm pretty sure that's hardware unboxed, right? Which one though? Or did I miss it? Which one? What power supply? Help me out. Dang, we're on the old stuff. Where's the new graphs? Why would they, if they know the performance per dollar and the performance is not going to be there? That's why people did not care about doing the 8 gigabytes, because they didn't want to show AMD being terrible and to promote AMD 8 gigabyte cards because it puts a reputation on AMD. Again, they come up with these cards and everyone complains that NVIDIA did 8 gigabyte card, but AMD did the same. But yet no one talked about the AMD 8 gigabyte cards. Why? Because no one promoted it. No one talked bad about it. They talked about how bad it was? Oh, it's the NZXT one. Oh, gotcha. I would hope so, because it's an 8 gigabyte card. When everyone's talking about wanting 12 gigs and 16 gigabyte cards or more, which is smart. For future proofing and overall performance, having more VRAMs could be better, but it depends on, again, the actual hardware on the GPU. They should have, because they did testing on every other card, NVIDIA cards as well. even though they're 8 gigs. They did testing on 8 gig NVIDIA cards. Why didn't they do that on AMD? They didn't want to show how bad it actually was. Where's my performance graphs? It is, yeah. I mean, 12 gigs is better, but I mean, you still need to have that throughput power to make it even worthwhile to have more VRAM. That's why I don't care for that 9060 XT with 16 gigs. It just makes people think that they can do 1440p high settings, but they're only going to get like 30, 40 frames. From 4 days ago? Who did it? Who did it? Help me out. I mean, I still don't even see them even using 9060 8 gig or even 9060 in some of these tests. They had the 968. Did they? Okay, hold on. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. Is that called the RTX 5050 a waste of 250? Our thoughts? That's 2 weeks ago. Oh, no, right here. We did it again. Yeah, I got it. I found 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 it. I don't know why the Discord's taking a while for those messages to come in. I just got them. The ads. Holy. Okay. 9060 16. 9060 8 gig performs less than a 4060 Ti. Or performs the same as a 4060 Ti. B580. Or the 5050 is terrible. Worse 1% lows than B580. Worse 1% lows. That's insane. Yo, for Cyberpunk, it's absolute trash. At 1337. Oh my god, another ad. I should add in ads every time I see an ad. $3.68. Now all of a sudden the B580 is different cost of frame. Where are people getting these cost per frame then? Because he literally had the 18 game average for the B580 more. Now it's less. See where things don't make sense? All these averages now have changed. All these have changed. All these average, the cost per frame has changed. That's right. They updated the games tested, not keeping them the same, not doing the same thing, changing stuff around, changing stuff around. So the 18 game average now is not the same 18 game average that they were doing before, which does not keep the same as before. See where I'm saying it does not make sense of doing it this way? The 70, the same for the price for it. It doesn't matter that they're testing all GPUs. You cannot compare different game 18 game average to the same that you did before now. That's the thing. And since they say the 18 game average is not like, did they even have all 18 here? No, they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, not even. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. They tested 9. There's 9 games tested in it. There's 9. Why are they not showing the other 9 games tested, but they're showing the 9 games tested? There's only 9 games tested out of the 18 game average. So where are they getting these numbers? It doesn't make sense to me. That's the thing. There's something being missed. Doesn't matter on newer games. They only showed on Marvel Rivals, Star Wars, Cyberpunk 2077, which is that was on the old one too. Hogwarts Legacy, Last of Us, Star Wars Outlaws, Warhammer, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Claire Obscure, and that's it. Out of all 18 games tested. We hope AMD will be. And not put the prices up. Keep the prices low. Again, AMD price to performance is not there anymore. Yeah, I really hope they do. Like I said, I keep saying I hope they do. But like I said, even with the Zen 6 right now, they're saying, oh, it's going to have this. They're saying it's going to have that. And like through multiple sources, I've found that they're saying that it's going to have 32 gigabytes of 32 cores. Now, all of a sudden, they don't have 32 cores. They're cutting the 32 core CPUs out now. Max of 24 cores, if that. We'll have to see. So does that correlate? Okay, so they're cutting out the 32 core CPU now. Are they going to cut out that it's not going to hit 6.2 or 6 gigahertz anymore? It's going to go back down? Because they're saying it's going to be over 6 gigahertz. They're saying 6.2, 6.3 gigahertz. Is that going to happen anymore? Other than that, there's zero changes. There is zero changes. And they're saying it's going to be revolutionary. Not evolutionary, but revolutionary. Besides the more cores and the actual frequency, everything else is going to be the same. Just updated cores, which means it's going to be like Intel, let's say with the 13th to the 14th gen. It's going to be just like that. There's going to be zero differences. And yet everyone was hyping it up saying it's going to be evolutionary or revolutionary. It's not going to be evolutionary anymore. There's going to be no differences, just a slightly upgraded actual architecture. Slightly. They're basically all the exact same. And if they keep if they keep the CCD the same, then there's nothing changed. Nothing changed. They just gave it some more cores. Nothing has changed. True, Born, true. But the GPUs right now we're talking about. So what? So it's not the one I want. not what I want. But the prices don't make sense. Yeah, it doesn't matter that they're discontinued. It's just the price doesn't make sense on if you are getting them at the prices that I just went over. They don't make sense. And yet, I'm checking out the other 18 game averages. It's put in the 9060 XT 16 gigabyte, $7 per frame, not $3. Or what were we saying here? Yeah, not $350, $7 per frame. Um, oh, that one. Oh, no, I can't find it. Where is it? I should. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. That puts the B580. Oh, we don't even have the B580 in this one. Doesn't have the B580 tested. Hey. Oh. Hey, hold on. 6% lower. 6% lower is what they're saying. 6% lower. Oh, it's not really the best graph to go off of for that. Okay, here we go. This is another one. 9060 XT. $580. Didn't have it. Does anybody actually consider the Arc for gaming though? I mean, aren't there better options for 300? Not really. The only one that's good for that is the 9060 XT, and it'd have to be the 16 gigabyte, not the 8 gigabyte, because on certain tests the B580 is better, and then on majority the 9060 is better. 8 gigabyte. So it depends on what you're playing, though. And then 300, I mean, technically the B580 is 250, so they're not comparable that way. If we're going off of MSRP. I don't care about what these numbers are for other tests, though. They're not giving me an actual... Annoying. No, it's putting for... even Tech Power Up is putting the B580 better. Better than the even 16 gigabyte for price to performance. Not by much, by 3%, versus the 9060 XT Prime, it's 6% better. But for the if you go off of like MSRP, it's 3% better. Yeah, Intel Arc B580 12 gig. Let's see. 4K. I mean, we're not going to use that at 4K anyway, so. Okay, so cost per frame 1920 by 1080. The 5068 gigabyte at 300 apparently is the best at $3.2 US. The Arc B580 12 gigabyte at 250, $3.3 US. The 9060 XT at 16 gigabyte at 350, 3.7 US. So I'm not, I don't understand where some of these tests are, and this test was done fairly recent. Yeah, fairly recent. Now things can change too in the future for updates and that. That's why Hardware Unboxed and some other company too, or YouTuber, did after the update of after the AMD update, tested it, and yeah, it didn't make sense. It did not make sense. And a lot of people are like, what? That doesn't make sense. It's not. No, it's not. It's not. It's worse. Worse cost per frame. The driver updates were AMD optimized driver game updates. They were not NVIDIA. If you checked it out too, it was AMD, more AMD optimized updates on the games. The drivers, they did an update for the AMD drivers. Yes. Yes. Which is good, but Apparently they have having some issues with them too, which is not good. The games optimizations. You understanding what I'm saying, SD? So, AMD optimized games that just came out. Cyberpunk 2077. A whole bunch, holy moly, and all these games that were tested by Hardware Unboxed. Again, I've already gone through other people talking about how these AMD updates and with these recent updates with the games being optimized for. Do you want me to just blow my fucking brains out? Do you not understand that Cyberpunk 2077 literally just got an AMD optimization update? Do you understand? Do you have the stutter to help you understand? Alan Wake, Immortals, Starfield, Avatar, Marvel Rivals. Literally, not too long before the AMD driver updates, the games got AMD optimizations. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't care that Cyberpunk 2077 did not just come out. Listen, Linda. You're talking to someone that knows more than you. Maybe on not everything, but I do this stuff day in, day out. That's why when Hardware Unboxed came out with these things, everyone was going, this does not make sense on how this card, like not even a month ago, was so much farther behind than NVIDIA. They were going, this does not even make sense. This card should not even be close to this card from NVIDIA. I think they were comparing the 9070 XT versus the 9070 Ti. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, probably none of them charts did. Mafia, Elder Scrolls, Oblivion Remastered, Monster Hunter Wilds, and Marvel Rivals were other games that got this optimizations. Same thing with the driver updates. That's what I'm trying to explain. You gotta listen, Linda. Listen, Linda. Linda, listen, please. I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but you ain't right because the sources you're getting it from have been wrong. Were trialed and errored and taken out of existence because they were wrong. The They got specifically AMD optimizations, not NVIDIA. Yes, and did you not actually listen to the reviews? Did you not listen to the reviews and how they said that AMD is now beating NVIDIA? Because of these driver updates? Move over NVIDIA? Driver updates? They did not specify that the games that they tested also had AMD optimizations done before they did the testing. Add in the driver updates and optimizations in the games, and you're going to get more performance than what is actually speculated, while it's actually done. So, of course, this is going to be redone later on, All these tests are going to be redone later on and have been redone by other people, and it does not make sense on the performance that they're getting. Again, that's why I don't care for hardware unboxed as well. Sure, give me the money to buy these cards. Give me the money to buy these games that I'll never play. I'll show you extensive, every single game benchmarked, trialed, and tested on 1080p, 1440p, and 4K. Again, you gotta go on to not just what one person did. I think Gamers Meld did something about it too, and his didn't even show the same performance as Hardware Unboxed. Here you're there, Born. I hear you there. Oh, did he do a response to it? Was his after the time? I didn't see any of the Tech City Yes. See, I'm not caring more about the Tech City Yes anymore. He used to be really good, but then all of a sudden things changed, and his testing have been changed as well. Did he? Okay, so how long ago was this Tech City Yes video? Every day he builds a computer? Dang, that must be nice. A few days after, was there any kind of NVIDIA updates after that? Drivers or anything like that? Yeah, I don't see how NVIDIA had improvement when there wasn't no driver. I'm done with it. Then maybe a little bit of optimizations for certain games, but the games I listed and showed you on, or and talked about on the HU video that they tested, were all AMD optimized, not NVIDIA. They were saying more than 3 to 4% boost though. They were saying like up to 9%. 7 to 9%, I think they're saying. Yeah, that's wild. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just exactly clickbait. But then he didn't also specify that the games had AMD optimizations done to it as well. When he did these tests, all the games that he tested were AMD optimized as well when these driver was done. Oh, you can't go wrong with that. Okay, you're saying 3 to 4% is good. Intel with their A770 Arc A770 had a driver update, and it gave 50%, 40 to 50% increase. Where's that? Where's that for AMD? Where's that? 3 to 4% is great. A 40 to 50% increase would be better. It's not even on my radar. Yeah, apparently AMD's having a lot of issues with the driver updates. Nvidia had a little bit. AMD was worse though, and some people said they weren't seeing it, and some people were saying they were seeing it. So that's kind of odd. So again, there's so many combinations of PC components in together, so that's part of the reason. No, I you can't say that, but it also applied to the B580. It also applied to the B580 with the update. The A770 did see more performance than the B580 with the driver update, but still, 40 to 50% is crazy. B580 did get an increase, but not up to 50%. No, I didn't get 50%. It got up, I think it said up to 45% in some games. Yeah, literally, yeah. And it did increase the B5A's performance in DirectX 11 by 150% with DirectX 11. That's what, again, DirectX 11. It's not DirectX 12. DirectX 11 by 150%. But majority increase was around 30% increase for frames for the B580. What what would Jesus build? Free PCs for everybody. He would be like Oprah. A PC for you, a PC for you, a PC for you. If it's someone want to buy shit. Or Timu on the free PC? What? Yeah, so you're one of the few people. Again, like I said, AMD, same thing. Same thing. AMD had issues with some people, just completely in the bed. And then same thing with NVIDIA. Some people, the drivers are just absolutely in the bed with NVIDIA. Apparently more people with AMD, though, from everything I've seen. And you, Gamers Nexus, Linus Tech Tips, and other YouTubers will even say the same thing. It's been one hell of a show with AMD driver updates. Yeah, because remember they're trying to incorporate like FSR 4, like not even FSR 4, but like new FSR and also DLSS for NVIDIA side for the new hardware and old hardware. So it's a lot. Like they have to do a lot. So of course there's going to be a lot of like updates regularly because there has to be. I mean, there's so much that has to be implemented in it. And yeah, there's gonna be some issues. So you can't really blame AMD or Nvidia for these driver updates having some issues with some people. It's just that it is what it is. Like it's hard to do all these driver updates with all this new stuff, even with older stuff, because you have to implement the older stuff into the newer stuff with the same driver. No, general consensus this year, AMD drivers have been worse than Nvidia. Man, I don't know who you're watching, but you're getting it wrong. You're getting it wrong. Tech Cities, the Power Up, Frame Chasers, LTT, Gamers Nexus. I'm not sure who else was really talking about that I know of, but those four literally said more AMD issues for driver updates than Nvidia this year. So smaller tech channels and bigger tech channels saying the same thing. Yeah, because they're literally cutting the cost of the gaming cards down. Again, they're somewhat 50% cut back on gaming cards versus AMD. If AMD still ramped up their production by 50%, they couldn't match the amount of production that NVIDIA is. Okay, that's how much bigger NVIDIA is for that. Just so that way they can go onto the AI cards and make more AI cards. That's not NVIDIA. That's retailers. SD, learn marketing. Learn this stuff before you talk to me about it, because you're literally making me go. You're not going to add in CPUs? AMD overall has had worse driver updates. Sorry, Born. Seriously, though. It's retailers. 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 There's MSRP price, and then there's retailers. NVIDIA and AMD and Intel have no control on what retailers sell their cards for. This happened 5 years ago. They happened with this. This happened about 5 years ago now. Back in 2020, MSRP did not become a thing. MSRP and the laws changed with it. Retailers. Go onto the AIB manufacturers page, check out the prices there, and then check out the retailers. Do it. Do it. Stop talking to me on stuff you don't know about. It's retailers, not AIB, NVIDIA, or AMD, or Intel. It's retailers. Thank you. Come again. Drop mic. Yeah, of course, because they're $1 trillion company now. Because their cards cost more. They're also using newer hardware on their boards. They're still better overall. Better ray tracing. Newer everything. So yeah, well, let's just hate on the video because they're advancing stuff and their stuff costs a little bit more because they're advancing. They're using memory chips that cost twice as much as AMD. Memory chips that cost twice as much. Even bought at bulk, twice as much. And have the same amount on the cards. No, it's not. You can't. The company can't. There's new laws put in place. I went over this in a live stream. They had laws put in place. It sucks, man. It sucks. I can't. It would be awesome to have the actual manufacturer say this is the price that it's supposed to be sold at. You have to have at least one card, and they somewhat had a card at MSRP price. But as you check the retailers, the prices are more than MSRP. And sometimes you can find the cards at MSRP, but most times the MSRP price is higher. How did cards come out at MSRP day one? Because AMD and NVIDIA has ways to enforce. Oh, so you're saying AMD taking a loss and saying we'll pay you the difference between what the pay that you want these cars to be sold at retails. We'll give you the money for that as long as you sold these cars at MSRP. Did you forget about that? Did you forget about the incentive that AMD did and NVIDIA didn't, and their cards were still being sold at MSRP day one? Oh, oh, they're technically taking a loss. Yeah, they are. They took a little bit of a loss. I mean, maybe they made $20 per card, but oof, $20 per card. They sold 200,000. Oof, that's versus selling 2 million Nvidia cards. Oof, AMD did good. It's $20 per card for 200,000 units. Oof, good job, AMD. You're giving it to the gamers. Losing money in the process. Yeah. Yeah, at day one. So day one, and I think it's for 1 or 2 weeks. There was that incentive for the retailers, so that way they can sell the cards at MSRP. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's why my AMD position went from $2,000 to over 23,000, and my Nvidia position is over 50,000. What? Do you want to go over the stock prices? You want to go over the stock prices over the past 10 years that I've already done? And how AMD's barely changed and Nvidia is literally way more of a company than they used to be. 10 years ago, if you spent $1,000 on stocks, you would have made $880,000 off of that $1,000. But if you did spend $1,000 on AMD, you would not have made that amount. You would have made maybe 60,000. I mean, still a lot of money for $1,000 investment, but I mean, not the same. Sorry. And stock prices are not based on earnings. Again, AMD, yes, have sold more graphics card this year than they have any other year, but they only sold just over 200,000 units. Just over 200,000 units. AMD or Nvidia sold how many? There you go. More growth potential and more investment is how that changes. Earnings do help, yes. Investment and potential growth is more. I think having stock in either of those. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's definitely good for both. Again, AMD is still a small company. It's nice that AMD's selling cards, but they're still not selling enough of them. Them taking that slight loss at the beginning to sell cards at MSRP price, and now look at the MSRP price. Good luck finding them at MSRP price unless they're on sale. Yes, but you're GPUs for the gamers and consumers do not do enough. Do you understand the market growth is way better in the data centers? Okay, way better. Like, I mean, holy moly, is it ever better? I mean, I mean, maybe for AMD it helps a bit, but AMD's not getting the growth they need in data centers. They're being cut out by Nvidia. They're being cut out still by Intel. Data centers and companies have cut out contracts with AMD until their next lineup, because with the growth of AI, LLMs, and all that, they are not good enough. They do not have enough overall processing power and or do big enough tasks for them at a time. So enough units all linked up together as Intel and or Nvidia. Not even close to Nvidia right now, but with their next lineup for that kind of stuff, it will help if they can do it. Okay, if But then NVIDIA is still already working on up to 1,000 servers, 1,000 servers linked up, or 1,000 units linked up. AMD's hoping to do 48. Completely different. Do you not understand what they're doing? I've already gone over this. We mean sold off. You mean the fake news that you're talking about again? You mean the fake news? Do you know TSMC manufactures AMD and NVIDIA stuff mostly? And Intel makes their own? Is working on their own? Do you know TSMC was one of the issues that messed up the Raptor Lake CPUs because TSMC made it and had the issues with the bad batch? And Intel didn't know about it? Did you know motherboard manufacturers were putting in too much voltage on Intel CPUs and causing them to die even quicker because they were bad from TSMC, and then the board manufacturers are putting in too much voltage, killing them off quicker than what they should? No, nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about that. They just want to say how bad Intel's doing, how bad Intel is. Yeah, Intel is technically better. Price to performance is better. On data centers, they're better. They're getting more orders for over the past almost 6 months. Get more orders for data centers than AMD. Again, do you know what you're talking about? Or you just like to go off of the clickbait and the stupid fake news? No, he was making a sarcastic comment. No. He's making a comment. He was making a sarcastic comment. Intel has way better facility than what AMD. AMD is too small of a company to give a contract to TSMC to make enough GPUs or even CPUs. AMD is still too small. TSMC will manufacture more CPUs and GPUs for NVIDIA than AMD ever will. Intel has its own foundries. Intel subsidized its Raptor Lake CPUs to TSMC. Pretty large portion of it, to be honest. And what happened? Issues. No, they're for AI and data centers, it's different. Good for you with your stock prices. I'm glad you go off your stock prices. I'm glad you do. They're not technically gaining ground. Do you follow on anything besides stupidity? I'm trying to be as nice as possible, man, but you just keep bringing up stupid stuff that don't make sense. You're a sheep. You're a sheep. Go baa for me. Again, I don't care about Intel, AMD, or NVIDIA. Get your facts straight before you talk to me. I'm glad you care about your stocks, though. I'm glad your stocks are doing good. What did I say? What did I say when all these issues arrived? Remember, I was one of the first people that came out with the issues with the Intel CPUs. I was literally one of the first people that talked about it. Talked about the actual issue as well, about the motherboards. I was literally one of the first people that came out with this, okay? Literally. I followed it since day one of any issue with the CPU. I had a known bad batch. No issues with it. Okay, none. I was one of the ones that overclocked the CPU and undervolted it right off the bat, and I never saw an issue with it. Everyone that put it on stock settings with a stock motherboard and all that saw issues because it was being overvolted. Okay, all right. I was literally the first ones. Now, just because Everyone else talks bad about it does not mean you have to. And I also said, I literally said when I found this out, you can go back to my old videos about this as well. And I talked about many times in the live streams and the videos. If Intel starts going down, AMD and NVIDIA prices will start going up, especially AMD prices. And we don't want that. What happened? What happened? AMD CPUs are now $300 more than what they used to be for the exact same model. $300 more. For what? Not $300 more of a performance increase. Because they got a big fucking head. And I said, we don't need them to get a big head. And what happened? They got a big fucking head. There's people that follow these businesses and set price targets. What? What do you mean? You gotta explain more. Please, explain more. I need more explanation. That's not what affects the stock. Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you high? Are you drunk? That might change the stock maybe 0.1%. Are you high? You think people doing research on stuff and setting a target for certain businesses is what changes the stock? Are you one of them people that think you're changing the stock prices? With the even if you had $100,000 invested into it, you think that $100,000 is a good like is good? Is going to change the stock prices? You think $100,000 is going to do something? Or do you think the money from investors from data centers and that investors, actual investors, not you with maybe $100,000 or even $1 million? It's the investors that are spending billions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars investing their money into not the stocks, the actual performance of Intel or AMD or NVIDIA. It's hundreds of millions. It's not certain businesses that are doing something like that. It's investors. Investors that have seen the performance and or have bought or taken along a tour of the factory, taken along a tour of the roadmap of each company, and then investing their money into it. Maybe they put a little bit. Yeah, maybe they put a little bit. But that's not that the general public is nothing compared to one major company. Okay? One major company invests more money than all the people in US into AMD. And that's what I don't get people understanding here. People think they can change stuff by, oh, okay. No, look at the investors. Look at the actual investors for these companies. I mean, great. Bloomberg and Zach and Morningstar, whatever. No, they don't. They don't care about those fucking Bloomberg and Zach Morningstar. They don't care about some fucking worthless piece of shit that doesn't know what they're talking about. Oh, yeah, they know so much about this company and what they're going to be doing in the future. Oh, we should definitely invest because that's what they said. No, they go on an actual factory tour and talk to the CEO of the company, have a meeting 1 week, another meeting another week, another meeting a month down the road to see how progress is going, and then they invest their money. They don't care about your weekly report from some stupid fucking thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to say it as nicely as possible. They don't care. They have so much more money than literally the fucking town that you live in, that they don't care. Okay, they don't care. Exactly, because they already know what's going to happen, because they've already gone through all the meetings beforehand, because if they're investing the money, they have a say on certain things as well. Now, depending on how much they're actually investing in all that, depends on how much of an actual outcome that they can say towards it. But no, again, they don't care. I'm sorry, one company does not care about this Morningstar and Bloomberg. The Bloomberg and Morningstar are worthless to them. Maybe for a average stock user as yourself, yes. But by the time that comes out, the major company has already invested more money at a better time. So technically, they're making more money off of the growth of the or of the stock. Exactly. It all appears legal. Exactly, Born. Exactly. Again, there's so much stuff that people don't realize actually happens be- between major companies and a major brand. Oh, so you spend $20,000 a month on Bloomberg terminals per month? Try per year. It's per year. It's per year. Per year. How are you saying per month? That's per year. I'm sorry, I know people that spend $100,000 a year on just golf. On golf. 20,000 a year just on one golf course. Sorry, you're 20,000 a year. I mean, golf. Not investing, golf. It's not 20,000 a month, it's 20,000 a year, up to 24,000 a year. And three actual subscriptions basically is what they're saying. Yeah, you work in finance, but apparently you don't realize it's 20,000 a year, up to 24,000 a year. And some people can up to 30,000, but the average is 20,000. Yeah, why are you wasting time? How come you've not donated? Why are you not donating? Come on, man. Per month of data, they're even saying you're only gonna get so many. No, I'm talking daily. I'm talking daily, man. I want your money. I want your money. Okay, that's joke, of course. I'm not one of them a-holes at all. I am a bit of an a-hole, but I'm not one of them a-holes. I want your money. Give me your money. What are you talking about? I do know my GPU prices. Just like you said you know the GPU prices, but then you're going off of sale prices. How do you know your GPU prices when you're going off of sale prices? I'll take his money and his lunch money. Screw it, I want his dinner money too. Oh. I come in peace. Are you an alien? Are you an alien? Do you mean a cashier at 7-Eleven? Yeah, what exactly do you? Well, I'm not saying give me your money. Sale prices are fake. They're potentially on sale to give you a false sense of urgency. Don't you understand marketing? Thank you very much, man. Not needed, though. Thank you very much, though. Again, I do understand marketing as well, too. I generally do more marketing on crypto and that. I used to be very good at it, as in I made a lot of money off of crypto because I was very, very good at it. But I do understand marketing, not to a full sense like someone that does finance. And yeah, sale prices are just wild. I don't get the sale prices. Because even after the sale prices, the prices go up again. Or even if they say it's on sale, but the week before it was already at that price, but the week beforehand, so 2 weeks before that sale, it was at that price already. The last week though, it was $50 more, but then next week it was on sale. That's where I don't get that. Are you good at predicting the future though? That's the hard part about it. I get you're doing derivative pricing, but I mean, predicting the future of an asset, it's not an easy thing to do, especially when you're going on these major companies. Like, did anyone actually predict the fall of Intel? Hold on, this is something I should be recording too to put into a video later on. That's why I need to use Bloomberg tomorrow, because the market data I use to price the assets have to be based on a market standard. Oh. Can you explain the standard a little bit? Or do I have to like search off like an old Bloomberg thing for an old Bloomberg terminal for what the standard is? Because the standard might change month to month. Oh, so it is a standard. I guess, yeah, it would become obvious. But again, like, did anyone see what was going to happen with Intel stocks? Did anyone actually see it, or no? That was just literally out of the blue. No one knew what was going to happen. Because technically, if someone was really good at that kind of stuff, they would have seen that Intel's, and then they would have, sold at Intel's high. Now Intel's at at very low. On some things, right, Vep? Except for the RAM. Yeah, the RAM. Oh, the SSD. Oh, the Bloomberg creates and maintains forward curves that predict the pricing of equality, discount factors, exchange rates, etc. Oh, okay. So it's a breakdown. Like, is it like pages upon pages of a breakdown on all that, or is it just gives you basically all that into a factorial, basically, like math, right? Should have saved another 15 bucks, he says. Oh, okay. So it is a table. Um, I I don't know if you can actually say much, but okay. So is it like no, won't let me do that. That's okay. I'll just save. Is it kind of like this? Is it kind of like this? Hopefully you can see that, all right? Is it kind of like one of these factorial tables? Because then there'd be something I'm pretty good at. Not quite. Okay. Because I'm pretty good at factorial tables. Not quite, but it probably has some sort of, relevance to what you're talking about. As this is a probability factorial table, which I'm pretty good at. Again, I did it for, whoops, I did it for crypto. They probably have teams of people. Yeah, of course they're gonna have teams. I mean, Bloomberg's huge. Bloomberg's huge. The other guy I don't know much about, but the Bloomberg is actually huge. So they would definitely have teams. And if it's gonna cost that amount of money per month, what I'm reading is literally not that much. But I mean, 20,000 a month per person to do it, or per business that wants to do it. Then yeah, there'll be a whole team. It wouldn't just be one person. Plus, that'll be a lot for one person to do. Because there's a lot of information you got to do for the whole stock market. That's why stock markets are absolutely wild. And then 200 per megabyte of data? What? And it gets updated daily, you said? And get their consensus, you have almost 95% chance or... I mean, in a way, yeah, boring. Holy. So that would, yeah, okay, that would cost a lot a month then. That a table like that's gonna be more than a meg. So let's say you only want to update it every other day. That would still cost a lot, like tens of thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars extra. But if you continuously have it updating, that'd be wild. Like if you want to be on par with some people, that'd be wild. That would be. That would actually be wild. Yeah, yeah, but the actual size, the output size is what it is, because that's what they're saying. 200 per meg. It's still a lot. I don't see any. I don't know why the Discord's been very slow on update on my phone. Oh, that's why, because I have it open with my PC. Duh. Oh, So you can do specific, generic, and generics by month. Maybe it's all analog, he says. I don't know about that one. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, anything with a thicker technically transistor would be more resilient to an EMP. But again, that depends on the casing around it too, how perfect it is, how well of an EMP fields around it as well. And some stuff has especially EMP fields around it. Yeah, something with a thicker transistor is better. So, what is this even for? It's saying that this right now, July 24th, or sorry, July 2024 until June 29th, it's saying it went up by 11.11. By the end of the year, so up another $10 per share, right? I think they're at 160 or 165 right now. Or maybe I was thinking NVIDIA. No, 146, 42. Or oh, you talk about per share. I'm seeing 142.42 right now. Okay, so even though it's not guaranteed, just due to the fact that you're seeing that, though, right? Just due to the fact that you're seeing that will make you assume that you can at least double your money, though, because that's a huge increase. Okay, yeah, because even still, $25 a share. And let's say you have 1,000 shares. Well, there you go. You just made a whole lot of money. Chip size, the size of a razor would probably be the size of a kitchen table back then. So, well, no, but yeah. No, chips were still small back then, still, but they just didn't have the transistor count. Thicker transistors, which handle EMPs better. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Okay, yeah, it's growing by 25. Yeah, okay, so that's, I mean, just in the past day, it's gone up a lot. Just in the past day. I mean, if it can get up there, man, that'd be great for AMD. But then they need to invest because the leaks that came out and the leaks were really good, like really good. Because all of a sudden AMD came out and said they're not going to be doing a bunch of things now on the new Zen 6, which is not good. They need it. They need it because if Intel, does what they say and can do what they say, AMD's gonna be in trouble. And if AMD at the price range that they are right now, to only see a not even a 3% increase in performance, it's not gonna be good. That target was made by the guy that did what you said. Go to the factory. Okay. Because yeah, that's how major companies do it. It's how major companies do it. They go on a tour. They go on roadmap tours of the company. Roadmap, like the actual, what the future plans for the company is, what they're projected to do in the next few years, what they've accomplished in the past year. Like there's a lot that goes involved into all that. So if a guy is, I mean, I'm not sure, it would be more than just a guy. I'd probably be a team of people, but scene from Back to the Future 2 where the Doc builds a circuit out of parts from the Old West, yeah. Yeah. And then he just repeats it. I just... Yeah, we're seeing an increase in performance from AMD for certain aspects. It's AMD needs to have the data centers go up. Like I said, data centers have literally cut ties. A lot of data centers cut ties with AMD. The AI, the AI space, LLMs and all that, and AI have cut ties with AMD due to the fact they can't do a big of a task as Intel and Nvidia, especially Nvidia. I mean, Intel, it's only for their CPUs. Their GPUs don't even count for it. It's their CPUs. But if AMD can do something about their linking up all these systems, then holy moly, AMD will be massive in the data center. The Citibank, BOA, etc. will have their own financial analysis, but they also reference reports from places like Bloomberg, Zach, Morningstar, etc. to see if they're missing anything. Okay, so just an added bonus to make sure that they're not missing anything. So that's smart. That is smart. Oh, Space, what up? Hey, what GPU do you think I should upgrade from a 6600 XT for the least amount of money possible? I mean, how much of an upgrade are you looking? How's it going, Frame? That's not news. I've already gone over that like months ago, dog. I went over that months ago. Not news. It came in their supercomputers, remember? Their digits supercomputer? They had their own CPU and GPU combo with a supercomputer, or their own supercomputer CPU. Yeah, it's their Blackwell supercomputer. It came out in the digits. Also, it's used to collab with Nvidia, and made a mini PC with it. You want and then the handheld, yeah. That's the thing. I'm not sure what kind of performance increase are you looking there. Space. What kind of performance are you looking for? Like increase. Yeah, it's like what kind of price are you looking at? But yeah, frame, like, yeah, it's nothing new. The Blackwell CPU is nothing new. It's very good. It's just are we gonna be getting it out here for gamers anytime soon? Probably not. Probably not. All the data centers have them already. Like they have $1 million machines with the Blackwell CPU because you can link 256 units up at a time, I think it is, But now they're working on being able to link up 1,000 units at a time. 1,000. Not for us consumers. It's already out. It's already out. Data centers already have it. They've already talked about it. And the digits is already out. For standard AIBs and that, it's different though. What we're for consumers, general consumers. But you can get it. You can get the mini supercomputer technically that you can link multiple up to. Are we talking about Bangladesh in 3070 here? Not having a computer already and wanting VR for extending or something like that. Yeah, exactly. Find some MSRP prices is hard to do. So 30 Canadian pesos. Wow, man. Pesos, you're saying? Yeah, you can't even recommend the B580. Can't even recommend a 9060 XT, 8 gig or 16. Can't even recommend the 9070. Can't even recommend the 5050. Like if you have like the price point of like $400 is what you're looking at, 450, 500. But if you're looking at 250 to 300, you would have to look at the B580 or the 9060 XT, 16 gig, not 8 gig, 16 gig. I can no. Don't listen to them. They've been testing out that 5070 VEP. I don't think it's tested yet. 4090 power for $549. Load of absolute. Thanks, NVIDIA. You got our hopes up and let us down again. Can't say nothing wrong with the cards. I mean, the cards are powerful, but I mean, every company seems to want to do it. Every company seems to want to lie about performance. Every company seems to want to say they're better than another. Each are good at certain things. Each are priced at different points. Like, but the way the prices are going for everything nowadays for between AMD and NVIDIA, it's just wild. 49 power for 510. Yeah, because you got yours for 510. 5070 was like price to performance champion in the mid-range. Yeah. That's what they keep saying. That's what I keep reading too. It is. Exactly. And that's why I keep trying to tell people, try to save your money if you can, because the supers are supposed to come out, but the supers are going to cost more. So it's like, is it really going to be worth it? Is it going to give you that much more performance? Is it going to be a performance $2 king? Probably not. Probably not. No, even though it's 12 gig though, it's still a lot better than most 12 gig cards out there. A lot better. $400 for less than 400. What? No. So if you go back to like when the supers came out in the 20 series cards, they are roughly almost $100 more per card. If you went back from last year, it's wild. The prices will be more. That's the only card that happened to 4080 Super. But if you go to like the 4070 Super, 4070 Ti Super, do you see the prices of those? Absolutely maddening. Maddening. I want the 5080 Super, but 10 price might get the 5070 Ti Super. If the 5070 Ti Super is only, let's say, $100 more, and it performs like the 4070 Ti Super, like when it came out, it'd be different. If it's that much of a increase versus the TI itself, then it would be a very good card. You paid $615? How? Where? What? What? That's wild. What? No. 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 You must have got a deal. Yeah, you got a deal, dude. It's $1,000 card. The 4080 Super is $1,000. $1,000. 4080 MSRP. I was gonna say, man, I'm pretty sure I remembered around $1,000. And the 4080 is was $1,200. And that, again, that is initial manufacturer suggested retail price. You know, still $200 off, but I mean, if you got it for $600, man, you got a wild deal. Oh, your 4070 Super. Okay. But the 4070 Ti Super is quite a bit. Yeah, 600. So you got yours for $615, so $15 more in MSRP. But 4070 MSRP was what? The same. $599. But then if you go to 4070 Ti, of $799, it's $50 more. But then you never saw them at $50 more. You never saw them at $50 more. They were always like around $200 more. That's what I'm saying. If the 5070 Ti Super is literally $50 more, even up to $100 more, but $50 more, and has that much more performance, like what the 4070 Ti Super versus 4070 Ti was, then it'd be dang good. Yeah, so the Supers are supposed to come out in October. Supposed to come out in October. Q4, October. December, they'll be out. They'll be out. And then around that time, you're supposed to have those deals for Christmas anyways, right? So you're supposed to see some deals. But if the prices are like what they did with the 40 series, except for how the actual prices you were buying them from, MSRP was not what MSRP was. Everyone was buying them a lot more. A few people got them for less than what they were actually selling for, like around MSRP price. Around, they still weren't buying them at MSRP. But if they came out at MSRP, let's say like the 4070 Ti Super versus the 4070 Ti, the performance was way better with the Super, and it was only $50 more, right? You could not find them like that though. You're paying $200 more. It does not matter where you're buying them from. There's always $200 more. So let's say the 5070 Ti Super comes out and it's $50 more, and you can find it at $50 more, and if the performance was like the Super with the 4070 Ti Super increase, dang, that would be a deal. If it's gonna be like $200 more, that's not gonna be worth it. 10 cards per store, they're not. I mean, if let's say, because they did slow down production of the 50 series card to work on their AI cards. If they're not working on the 50 series super cards right now, the way that they're working on the 50 series cards, then yeah, you might be looking at the same thing when Q4 comes around. How's it going, Hart? You wouldn't hold your breath for that. Soon they're going to be able to move some of the GPUs they've already manufactured off the shelf during the holidays if they haven't sold. Yeah. I'm definitely getting the 50 series super, just don't know which one. Buddy, I hope. Yeah. Okay, some people were saying it's gonna be 20 gigs. No, it won't be 20 gigs. Actually, there are some people saying that the 5070 Ti Super is gonna be 24 gigs. I still don't think it. I don't think so. Take her easy, man. Hope you have a good dinner. If they can keep 5070 Super to 600, it would be nice. It would be very nice. You are dreaming, though. Yeah. Yeah, you're dreaming. Dream on. Dream on. It'd be catch-22. Everybody will want that. It will make that hard to get and make it pointless to buy it because the price will go up. Yeah. That's what I'm speculating, unfortunately. Even though by that time, you're supposed to see more deals due to the fact you're at the holidays, but because you're at the holidays, more people are going to want to buy, which means they don't have to. They'll say on sale, but it won't actually be on sale. It'll be a crazy wild price. No, it's not 50% the RAM. It's technically 1/3 the RAM. One third. 1/3. That's not 50%. 2 gig to 3 gigs, not 50%. It's a third. 33.3. 3333333. Just saying, don't count on all being roses and sunshine. 2 times 150%, 300%. No, that's not how. No, that's not how it works. Just increasing the density of the RAM does not do it like that. No, that's not a 50% increase. No. And 2 to 3 is still 33. It's not 50%. It's not even going to be a 50% increase in performance. It'll be up to 33.33%, but expect a increase of only 10 to 15% with the supers. Even with an advanced core count, a higher core count, and higher VRAM, there'll only be a up to 15% increase of performance. Because you gotta take that 33.33% and divide that by 2, depending on the actual GPU that you're putting into, it will actually help your actual performance. And since it'll probably only increase the core count by maybe a thousand core count, it generally won't. Generally around 800 is what they did, 400 to 800. Then it's not going to help as much. And since they're not increasing the actual bit rate of the card, it's not actually going to increase it that much either. So you got to take account away from that. Good deals on everything. So yeah, you better be happy if we got good deals. None of us know what NVIDIA's AI overlord would tell them to do yet. TMI? TMI? I took 2 Viagra's. I'm semi hard. Oh, too much. Semi says he took. uh, 3 hours later, finally. Yeah, because if you go here, you can see the price of like the 4070 Ti, right? And like the selling price. You're around the $850 range. And then with the 4070 Ti Super, I mean, it's around that same price, but a lot of people were, at the time were buying them for $1,000. And then look, a lot of them were selling them for up to $1,300. It's just they're giving this graph here. There's some people are somehow getting them around the right price. This is technically MSRP, but a lot of people were MSRP. A lot of people were actually buying them for like $1,300 for a 47 Ti Super. Like the prices of them were absolutely wild when they came out, absolutely wild. And then like started to dip off again, but they're still $1,000. Most people are buying them for 1,000. And then like the jump in June 2025, over $1,000, like 1,100. Oh wow, SD. TMI, TMI. I'll be back in 1 minute. Don't do what anymore? I'm missing stuff. Yeah, you have to camp. Yeah, I hear you on that. We said, nuh-uh. Yeah, I mean that is what you want to go on, right? The honor system. Like you're there, you're there. Get in line just to sell their spot? That's wild. One guy found a stray and took him into a 24-hour vet to get a chip scan. When he got back, he just got back in line where he was. What? Wild. I mean, yeah, that sounds like you could do something like that, right? No sleeping in your truck. But why? Why couldn't you just sleep in your truck? Yeah, because that's how they used to do it, and that's how it used to be done. I could hold it for days. Is there actually bushes around Micro Center though? But some people are in line like a day or two beforehand, man. That's the thing you got to realize for some of these GPUs. A day or two beforehand they're in line. You have a 1440p in your truck? Really? I mean, that would help keep your place technically, right? Wouldn't it? Like keep your place in line. It's a oh, probably. Yeah, probably. I've never waited in line for something. I'm okay to wait. I'm one of those people that it's fine to wait. You're looking at power draw numbers. Power draw numbers. Where? Which one? What? I want to see it now. Oh, yeah, yeah. How about on TikTok or where? Exactly. I don't mind waiting for that one. Yeah. Vep. Navigation. Where's my arms? Oh yeah, I got it. I got it. I got it. Holy sh... Holy... Did I miss it? Were you somewhere down the line? Oh my god! Hold on. Oop. Where's the settings? We have to slow her down. Oh, this guy. Did I actually get the right guy right off the bat? No way. This guy? Or this guy? Oh, you said, but oh, sorry, I didn't read Tesla. I I thought I read by the white wheels. Yeah, Tesla here. Or this Tesla. This Tesla or this Tesla? There's two of them. There's two of them. It's on the right. Are you the guy holding the white whatever? Are you like this guy? This guy? On the end? This guy. This guy. This guy. These guys? I don't I wonder what they're doing. Closest to the camera. This guy. This guy. No, this guy. Yeah, it's like I wonder what these guys are doing. Oh, you are in line. Okay. So this guy. Or this guy. White jacket or this guy? Guy's going to the back of the line. Ah, this guy. So you're this guy. You see my mouse? Maybe you see my mouse. Yeah. Oh, wait. I'm covering it up. You. This guy. Not me out there. How's it going, Z? You got another build done? Is it on your channel? They told us the sprinklers would come on. Wow. So what are these guys doing? They don't care. They don't care. Oh, so yeah, this guy. We'll be soon, all right. Okay, this guy. Why is there a big gap in the line here, though? That's what I don't get. Why is there a huge gap in the line? This is wild, though. Oops. This is wild. Just goes and goes and goes. Some of them got some smiles. Some of them are like, damn, why the hell am I doing this? You gotta wait for another piece. Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah. Took long enough for it. Oh. The line is wild. Oh, was it? That's kind of sucks. No, that's a wild line, yeah. A wild line. Wonder what these guys are doing. How's it going, Batman? Boring. You're breaking in new RAM? Nice. They fell asleep. The sprinklers are come on. I guess the sprinklers will wake them up. Apparently not. Just look. This isn't a line. This is like 3 people per the line there. Like that's wild how many people are actually. And then they just. And made it. It's like, and made it. Yep, 4K. How many people in my estimate just at this location? At least 600. At least 600 at that location. And every one of them got a GPU. Yeah, I heard at launch day they had lots. I mean, did you see the... I think it's in... I don't know if it's in this video. Like, just what you see here is nothing. Like, the stores, like, multiple micro centers at the stores and other stores literally had mountains of these graphics cards. About 1,000? That's insane. Till 2 p.m. That's insane. So, like, 30. They're not showing the mountain on this one, though. Thought they would have showed the mountain of GPUs, because, yeah, holy. In one spot, exactly. To see that many GPUs in one spot is wild. And I can't, when I was talking about the 9070 and 9070 XT for launch day, what we got for the leaks and the actual like rumors from stores is that they're going to have an abundance, like mountains, and they're showing mountains of these GPUs. You think they would slide me one? Probably not. 749, 599. I mean, some of them 779, but yeah, 599 for the Pulse. Again, that's the lower tier, but still, 599. That, yeah, 749, but that's the Sapphire Pure. That's their new white one that they came out with. Yeah, 599. 599 for the Sapphire Pulse. No, 9070 XT. That's the XT. This is what I even talked about it, that they're going to be selling at MSRP price for 9070 XT. but it's going to be for the lower end models of the brands. So $599 for a 9070 XT, but it's going to be like Sapphire Pulse and Asus Challenger, I think it was. Yep, 549. Yep, $50 less, as it should have been, as it should be. Yeah, man. I think they have other. Yeah, so here, so like the Tai Chi 729, which is eh. They're nice looking boards, but I was saying they weren't really worth the price. Slightly overclocked. Slightly overclocked. 599 for the gigabyte one. Again, it's lower end model for the gigabytes. Uh, 2x wind force basically, who it was. The Oris Elite was a decent one. The the power color was decent, but it was also a lot more. You get the Prime? Yeah. Yeah. So you got the Prime for MSRP price then. Right? Pretty sure you got the Prime for MSRP on day one. It should have been MSRP. I mean, if you were closer to it, Born, it would have been worth it because you could find a lot of cards at MSRP. Yeah, so okay, good. I'm gonna hand you a stack on it. I want a deal. Well, if you're one of these people, you got a deal. A deal, MSRP. Again, like what I was talking about when these cards before they were launched, like hopefully they're at around. Again, I did speculate the price for these cards, and I was accurate. I was saying about $599 for these cards, $549 around there. But if they can sell them at about $550 or $499 for the XT, it would be better. But this is what we got, and I was right with the prices of probably what it would be. $549 for the non-XT, $50 more for the XT model, which is, again, for $599, it's a pretty good card. Yeah, I hear you. If you're not gonna stand in line to not get a deal. Yeah, it's how I feel. I don't care how you feel. Yeah, but I mean, they also had like the incentives, so that way later on, like not even later on, for a while, they would be at MSRP. Of course, yeah, it would have been better if they sold it even cheaper, but they can't sell it that cheap for one of those cards. But like I said, if they could sell around $499, that would have been mind blowing. As in, AMD would have been selling probably more if they could had that much. I mean, they sold a lot of cards as is. 200,000 in 3 months. 200,000 units in 3 months is pretty good. 649. That's why we need so. Yeah, I hear you there. Yeah, for pretty sure. Now they have the launch day for the 5080 and 5090. That sucks. That sucks. How many watts do you think a 5080 Super would use? they're only going to use a little bit more watts than what they already use. It's not like it's a huge jump in wattage. It's the jump that they're doing is just giving it more VRAM, a little bit higher core count, but of course the wattage will go up, but maybe by 20 to maybe 30 watts. Maybe. That was a 3-digit number. Wow. Should be fine, depending on the CPU you're pairing it with, how many fans you actually have, stuff like. There's a lot that goes in place with that, but you should, yeah, technically be fine. Again, I try to recommend people for a 1,000-watt power supply if you have a 5080, or you're getting the 5080 Super. 1,300 and up if you're getting the 5090. Because again, there's spikes, and you gotta make sure you have a bit more than what you need. So I really want to know if 5080 or if 850 would be good. That's what I got. Yep. Yeah, 850 is good. It's a good recommended for a lot of hardware. For majority, for what most people can buy too. Majority. The color looks off now. Go with a little better. For 30 minutes, I was like, whole 2 hours almost. Take your easy, SD. Again, thank you very much. Bam. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Should maybe go grab some water so I can make myself a coffee. How's everyone night going? Or day? I don't know where you all are, but how's it going? Yeah, I was gonna go over some Pizza Hardware news, but I never did. Sketcha warns that DeepSeek can share all user information with the Chinese government. If you use DeepSeek, it can share all the information to China. Only good with it, he says. Yeah. That's one of the things I wanted to go over. So, yeah, DeepSeek was founded in 2023, but didn't attract many headlines until the global launch of iOS and Android apps in January. The company said its LLM offered numerous advantages over its Western rivals, including more efficient resource usage born from low-level optimizations, and didn't take as long for its app to dethrone ChatGPT from the App Store's rankings. U.S. lawmakers were quick to warn that DeepSeek represented a national security risk due to its ties to the Chinese government. Sketcha has now fallen suit and will be limiting access to the company's wares. The National Cyber and Information Security Agency, NUKIB, said in July 9th report that based on facts established during the exercise of the powers, supplemented by unclassified and classified information obtained from domestic and foreign partners, it concluded that the use of DeepSeek's products constitutes a cybersecurity threat. That's not good. NUKIB's report cites various Chinese regulations, including the National Security Law, National Intelligence Law, and Counter-Espionage Law, among others, as cause for concern because they are all require China-based companies to make certain information about their users available to the Chinese government, regardless of where the users themselves are located. So you can be across the world. The agency also notes that DeepSeek and its parent company, Highflyer, have deeper ties to the Chinese government, which has concluded numerous espionage campaigns against Sketcha. It's not alone. CrowdStrike said in its latest global threat report that in 2024, China Nexus adversaries continue to operate in every sector and region across the globe, maintaining that the scope of these operations while increasing their scale. This has all led NUKIB to conclude that given the previous espionage activities, actions against the national interests of EU member states and NATO allies, that the specifics of PRC legislation prescribed above and the influence of the PRC government and Chinese companies, it is highly likely that the PRC will use the capabilities of DeepSeek's productions for intelligence activities. Well, that's not good. So, it's banning the use of DeepSeek's products in most circumstances. Exceptions have been carved out for security research as well as DeepSeek's open source models, provided they can interact with the company's servers. That means sketch people and organizations will have to self-host the models rather than relying on DeepSeek's infrastructure, which means technically they're the ones at risk. Can be at risk. So Sketcha isn't alone in this ban. NUKIB noted that similar restrictions on DeepSeek usage have been placed in New York, Texas, and Virginia, as well as Australia, Canada, Denmark, India, Italy, and the Netherlands, Norway, South Korea, and Taiwan. It's also been banned by the U.S. Navy and NASA border. Efforts to block it from the U.S. outright began in February. Given the composition of this group's countries, NUKIB said, it is clear that the concerns about DeepSeek's products do not stem solely from a shared cultural environment or the geographical location of these countries, but they are rather a response following an objective identification and evaluation of the risk posed by these products. Moreover, it is almost certain that other countries will introduce measures against DeepSeek's products in the coming months. So it might be just outright banned. And like for majority use, unless you're hosting it. You as a company, a single person. I mean, I guess a single person, I don't know if they have the kind of money to do that kind of thing, but wild. How a 4060 Ti graphics card catches fire and melts like an ice cream. The user claims they were using it for simple Adobe work and PUBG. I'll have to show this. But what? Property. That don't look good. If you can't see it, hold it. How? No, somebody took a torch to it. There's no way. There's no way. No way, no how. There's no way. This is an aluminum backplate. So a South Korean gamer says that their 2-year-old RTX 4060 Ti reportedly caught fire and melted while being used for gaming, according to their post on Corsair Zone. The GPU wasn't overclocked and they weren't using it for anything heavy. They primarily used for their computer for simple tasks on Adobe, and the most demanding game they played was PUBG. Not very that demanding. Although high-powered NVIDIA GPUs like the RTX 5090 5080 with 12-volt high-power connector and 12-volt 2x6 12-volt high-power connectors were the known issues for melting. Low-powered graphics card like the 4060, 4060 Ti are not prone to this issue. No, they wouldn't be. Why would they be? You're like not even half the watt rating of it. So he says, I've been using it for about 2 years, and suddenly while gaming, the computer shut off. I thought, what's going on? And pressed the power button to turn it back on. Smoke started coming out, then flames burst out. I quickly unplugged everything, turned off the power, and disassembled the PC, said an anonymous user. They also added, about 3 months ago, I was in a rush for work and called a repair shop expecting to get ripped off. They replaced the motherboard and the computer started to work again. Since I was in a hurry, I accepted the refurbished unit they offered. Now I'm wondering if this was a motherboard issue. How? How? Apparently, the user had an issue with the computer and had their motherboard replaced with a refurbished one with a few months ago before this incident. They now suspected that the GPU bursting into flames was caused by the replacement. No. Although it's unlikely to happen, the damage to the motherboard shows burn marks on the backside near one of the screws that it secures the heatsink to GPU. Motherboard. Motherboard. Okay. To the heatsink on the GPU. There's also a massive melt pattern near where the LR22 inductors used for the GPU's voltage regulations are placed. You can see the location at 4060 Ti's teardowns, and Gamers Nexus did a teardown on it. But they're not the same boards. Are people high? Are people not know? Is everyone high nowadays? Don't know what I'm talking about? Not even the same board. The board. Like, no joke. Not they're not the same board. That's not a Founders Edition. This doesn't look like a Founders Edition. Could be wrong. Doesn't look like a Founders Edition. They're not saying what board it is. One sec. I'm gonna search up to make sure that is a. No, I don't think so. Maybe it is. No. Not unless they're different in China. They're not the same. Doesn't matter what I'm looking at. None of them are the same as what I'm seeing on what he has. It's such a good deal. No doubt it is. They're not the same cards, so how are they? I don't know you don't have a CPU to test it out. Why don't you just take a CPU that you have and put it in it? You know, I mean, take some time to. Or do you not have a CPU at all for it? But you sold it, didn't you? So it's like meh. Yeah, definitely try to save it. Just this card does not look like a Founders Edition at all. Yeah, that's why it's nice to have spare parts around. Spare known good working parts, to be exact. Whoa. That looks rough. I mean, holy moly. That's brutal. The 4070, that's a bad power supply. That was a bad power supply. That's rough. Like, holy. That power supply dumped everything into that graphics card. Dumped everything. Brutal. I- Let's see. Let's see what it is. Nope. The PSU is in use from a mining rig. He used a mining rig PSU for his PC. That's wild. That's wild. I mean, look at it. Just look at it. No, they're black, and if you got the like the good ones, even though they're still not that good, they were actually like a known good brand, but they still had no overcurrent protection on it. Or bad. The overcurrent protection was terrible. Just look at it, would you? Look at it. Just look at it. Shame it. Shame it. The one about literally just says A plus. There isn't even any notes for it. The NZXT one you're talking about? Huh. It's weird there isn't any notes for it. Can you give me the model, like the NZXT model number, or no? Okay. Because there is a few models of it, so I would like to know. That is one crispy 4070 though. Crispy. Bad power supply. That's brutal. Yeah, that crispy one. A crispy one. Yeah, that's crispy. Okay, so it is a pallet. So the guy's saying that. So what he was saying about this 4070 was that the power delivery was the same as a 4060 Ti. It's not. Sorry, the 4060 Ti guy. Sorry, I should check out that. I can't find the actual model though. So palette RTX Gold ATX 3.1. Okay, that's what I thought. LTT Labs did something about it. LTT Labs did something about it. They said there's nothing bad, nothing at the time of writing for bad. The good cables, performance, resiliency, through all their testing, it passed all their testing. And if you checked it out, they do have some pretty good testing for it. So the NZXT 850 Gold ATX 3.1 is an 850 watt fully modular ATX 3.1 power supply with an additional hybrid fan, priced at $149 USD. The power supply is available in both white and black color options directly from NZXT website. Included the 12 volt 2x6 cable ensures it can handle high wattage GPUs, providing up to 600 watts. Performance tests show that this card power supply performs well overall, although it lacks a negative 12 volt rail, which is not a significant concern now. Its resilience to brownouts, low ripple noise, and high quality cables make the NZXT 850 Gold ATX 3.1 a recommended choice for those seeking reliability and efficiency in their builds and an overall quiet PSU. So that's good. I burnt it right out. That is a horrible power supply. Just look at around the chokes, the color. Yeah, that's really good review. Every other place said too, there's nothing bad about it. There's nothing bad about it. They couldn't find anything like actually bad about it. Good build quality, quiet, reliable. It's kind of what you want. That is wild though. That like that's damage from a power supply. That's what you don't get bad power supplies, people, right here. This is how much damage a bad power supply can actually do. This is what a bad power supply can do. A cheap power supply. This is just a 4070, by the way. You can see where all the the cutouts of where it's actually limiting the actual power going to. Of course, it's going to hit the chokes. Of course, it's going to hit VRMs a bit. But you can see from this point on, the board's pretty good shape. Of course, the power's going to go in. It's going to go through over to the chokes and VRMs to this side of the board. All these capacitors are going to get supercharged, and the capacitors might not blow. They might not actually blow. As you can see, some of them even like burnt up. They might not blow. This one here, you see some of them are on an angle that's close to them just going poof. But they like overcharged and just dumped everything into this board. Now, wherever there's a fuse, I can't really see. There might have been a fuse here. Wherever there was a fuse, and there should be a couple fuses on the boards. around the board for certain components. That's when you don't see any of the actual, like, there's no issue on this choke, no issue on this VRM. Over here, different story. These are, whew, done for. That's what an F tier power supply looks like. Yeah, I agree, man. The case you order came and chewed up on the one side. They shipped it and then just regular Amazon box, glass facing down, so it was sliding around. Oh, brutal. Brutal. So hot, it literally like semi-oxidized the aluminum backplate. Actually, we can see the one side of the board over here. Look at that. And wherever. So, it's just all this white stuff you've seen is blown resistors. Basically resistors and all that blown up. That's what all that is. Because they're ceramic, when they blow up, they just shoot a bunch of white dust, basically. Plus electrical fires. Due to the fact I'm blowing up, arcing. I was mad until I found one $30 cheaper. Nice. It's wild. So much power went through this. Alright, so you desolder the chip, see if the chip still worked. Hopefully. That'd be kind of nice. Okay, so the chip's still good. So the fuse worked. The fuses worked on saving the chip. The rest of the board, no, but it saved the actual chip, the actual die, the core, which is good. I just can't see, I can't see any of the fuses. They're just, generally, you can still see the fuses. They're very easily to spot, but I can't see any of the fuses. Years from now, the one thing I'll remember about this build is that I should have saved another $15. Yeah, the power connector's isn't completely the blame, but the PSU without basic safety function like OCP was obvious issue. Obvious issue. Just kept dumping the voltage into it. Holy moly. And it's like the amount of amperage one of those power supplies, especially if the actual, like, let's say it just keeps dumping it, it'll dump a whole capacitor's worth of power into it. All at once. Oh man. He did. I bruised the fruit heart, he says. Fast forward to the end of the video, you'll learn that the biggest, most expensive component here, the GPU die, is claimed to be healthy. That's insane. The tech tuber verified this with a multimeter measurement. Sadly, we didn't see the GPU put onto a working PCB to confirm it was okay, though. Yeah, you would have to. Even though the measurements are saying it's correct, there could still be issues with it. The components salvaged from this charred mess include a selection of memory chips, power stages, video, BIOS. What? How did the BIOS? Oh, okay, no, it's far away. Yeah, it looks like it's in a safe zone. Never mind. It looks like it's in a safe zone. And and some ports and other things. Petrolec didn't verify all these bits were 100% good. No, you would have to further away from the fire zone. Plus, again, there are fuses in place for stuff like this. Although, if this didn't get caught soon, like if this got caught sooner, it wouldn't have done this much damage. Yeah, could be BIOS. Yeah. This one here looks rough. This one here looks rough. Chokes, I don't know. Maybe the chokes are fine. They don't look fine. They don't look fine. Maybe they are. This right here looks like the actual BIOS chip for it, which again, looks aight. This capacitor is done for. This one's 100% done for. This LR22 is done for. These voltage regulators look good. Controller, voltage controller looks fine. Oh, I can show you. Just give me one sec. Yeah, we already want that up in nice fancy 4K. Here. Here. Wait, you got white? Did you get white or the black? Oh, yeah, black. Okay, well, imagine this, but black. Cables look good. There you go. There you go. Oh, yeah, the cables would have been probably like shrinked up. They probably would have survived, to be honest. Like they probably would have survived a bit, but other than that, nah, they would have shrunk. They probably would have shrunk. They don't have anything about it. Hold on. Video. Put over the video. Nah, there's nothing. Nothing about it. Unfortunately. Definitely. And yeah, he's saying, yeah, the issue is not the 12-volt high power connectors. It might not have helped. The power supply not having certain safety functions definitely caused it to end up like this. Like, that's brutal. Actually brutal. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah. That's what happens when a power supply doesn't have an OCP. It just keeps dumping everything it can into it. That's basically like a 1600 watt, like whatever's coming out of your wall, just going straight into this thing. Just straight into it. Just at direct volt at DC. Just completely getting 1600 watts. Or whatever the power supply is technically rated for, but it could go over rating because of the OCP not working. Just dumping it into it until it completely melted away the cable. That's wild. I've had an 8-pin on me, um, like burn up. Actually, I have it. Where is it? Should have it around somewhere. Okay, I'm not sure where I put it. I thought I had it fairly close. Apparently not. I have a bag of them. I literally have, I don't know how many cables. The arm is burnt on the other side where it's melted really bad. You mean this arm right here? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, wait, if you can't see it. So what you see in this stuff on here is goo from capacitors and resistors and stuff, and goo from the plate. It's not technically burnt. This stuff that you see is not technically burnt. Uh, there you go. So show you what I mean. So see how the cover's here? Yeah, so you see here, it's cover. And it's basically, it's just goo. It's just goo from the plate. Melted plastic or whatever onto it. That's all. Yeah, yeah, it looks like it's really, but it is burnt. It is really burnt here. It's really burnt over here. All this white stuff again is it's part of components, electrical fires, and a whole bunch of other stuff in place. That's why you got this white. Then I don't know if you can really see it, but all this black is from the arcing hitting the plate onto it, and then the PCB is being black, and then the PCB melting will cause it to char like that. And then yeah, see over here it's all charred, and all of this right here is really nasty because it got super hot, and then plus stuff melting on top of it while it's really hot just cause it to look like that. But yeah, pretty wild, eh? See how this doesn't look as bad because even though this right here is melted, it melted the panel here in a way to that way it wasn't touching. As you can see here, it's not touching anymore. It melted it up away from it. So this doesn't look as bad as this, but over here, because of the arcing, melted it on top of that. It's got a freaking plastic cover. That's why it died. Yeah. Got a whole bunch of cables here. Just the one. Just the one. Nope, this is a good one. This is for beef. This is for that one, which is a spare. Spare. I have a 8-pin though, a 8-pin power connector. That's not good. Can't find it. Huh? Apparently not. I entered the stream and I saw this. I was thinking it was live news of a city on the. Oh wow, brutal. Yeah, it's brutal. This is brutal. Just look. Like, so much arcing was done. It just blew so many resistors. It's not even funny how many SMDs are gone and how many resistors just blew. As you can see, it was not really from the motherboard side, but did kind of mess up some stuff. Let's see, flip it over. Yeah. Flip it over so I can see. Yeah, see how it looks fine? Just the one side's not so good, probably because of the arcing. Well, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, man. How can I... Where's the like? How can I like it? So, did he get it working again? He apparently the core is fine. Apparently the BIOS is fine. And apparently he tested out the chips. They're fine, but he didn't put it in anything to check to see if it was working. He just checked it with a multimeter, which means the core itself might not be working, but what he tested is that it's working. By putting it, giving it power through the power pin and then checking the ground, you can check to see if the core's technically working, but he has to check every single pin, power pin, and ground to see if it is working correctly. Again, thank you very much there, FU. And apparently these chips, he said, were technically working. So I don't really believe that these chips would be working, but they could. If he wanted to, he could take out these chokes and see if they worked in the VRMs, because I'm not sure how many people really need VRMs. I guess people with VRMs, they would want to just take it off a donor board anyways, but or not spend the money on it. But yeah, he could take off the VRMs, the chokes. It's nice that he saved the BIOS for it, the VBIOS chip. He said it was working. But again, that's checking with voltages, whether or not it actually has any corrupted, it's corrupted at all, he doesn't know. He would actually have to check it with a checker. He would have to check it out. Something like that, yeah, that'd be rough, man. That'd be them not doing due diligence and actually checking it, though. Again, so see how he's got a ground to the ground to a ground, and he's checking it with a voltage over onto a voltage pin. More or less, he's using ohms to see if there's resistance at all. If there's the resistance is correct going through it, then in reality it should be working. But you'd have to put it on a board to see if it's actually going to work. And again, this is with a nice fancy... I wish I had a nice fancy machine like this. You can technically do it with a hot air gun. It's just not as easy. It's a very nice machine he has. I'll just show you. And that's why these thermal couplers are very handy, because you're going to need to check to say, just once you see the temperature go to a certain temperature, you know it's good to go. That'd be a very small piece of dust or debris or something in between the two of them. Like the hand blower one. Do you have like these little, I don't know how. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Do you have like these little needle nose tweezers at all? these are very handy for getting stuff out of pins. I like to use these as well for taking pins out of like donor boards, like LGA pins out of donor boards. And so if I get like a broken motherboard that I'm using for overclock and whatnot, because you can buy them very cheap off eBay, you can take these as well, and then you're able to actually get down deep and then snap that pin off, and then do the same thing and put this, like actually use the same tweezers to feed in. You have to set it up properly to feed into the board that you're fixing up. These are very handy. And what I like to do with these is sand them down to a bit finer, and then I'll check with, you know, you gotta check them to see if their tips are properly connected. And then what I'll do as well is I'll bend them to this point here, all the way up to where you see all that steel. See how they're not, you can see right through it. I'll take them and I'll bend them so that way all of this, the whole stainless steel part here, is all touching nicely, and they're a lot nicer to work with. It does take some time to, you can buy really expensive ones, don't really have to do that. Focus. 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 Thank you. Tip of sewing needle. I mean, yeah, if you use a tip of sewing needle, you can like dip the tip of the sewing needle into like a little bit of like you can dip it on your tongue, and then you should be able to just pull out. If I saw this, I'd try using acid to see if I can get any precious metal out. I mean, yeah, that's technically one of the easiest ways, and right now the cheapest way to get precious metals out is use acid. Apparently, someone came out with a new idea. Instead of using like this acid and then having to redo the chemical process to get back the actual gold, silver, copper, and all that. They came out with a different way to actually get precious metal out of e-waste, which is pretty cool. Yep, there's a piece of... I was reading that. There's a piece of dust in there. I might as well go ahead and recycle it. Garbage. Garbage. Yeah. Acupuncture needles. I mean, aren't those like super long and sharp? Pretty sure they're super long. Not a mob. Let's see. Oh my God. Ex-ASML employees sentenced to 3 years imprisonment for sharing company secrets with Russia. 3 years imprisonment. Tip is microscopic. I mean, yeah. Don't worry, it's very thin. Very tiny. Ah. There's a 3D printer tool for recovering data from SD cards. You talk about the the spider hands. Yeah, I mean they do kind of look like daddy long legs. Setting one of those up, I was like, wow, that's some serious. Yeah, it's very basic. It's just making contact point onto the pads. I mean, yeah, sure, it takes some skill to use, but it's very simple. It's not crazy. Not as crazy what some people think. If anybody had something important enough, it would be worth paying for someone to do it. Yep. Yeah. And then you need the hardware to do it. You need the software to do it as well. Yeah. Seemed like it would be fairly labor intensive. Not really. Just give me one second. I'll show you what. I'll show ya. Show ya. Yep. Yeah, I'm Canadian. I am Canada. Yeah, because you guys are talking about this bad boy right here. Spider arms. Yeah, you just need the setup. It's very basic. It's very old technology to recover the data. It's very old. It's not nothing new. This is nothing new. You just gotta know that your voltage in, voltage out. You gotta make sure your ground's in the right spot, your voltage is in the right spot. That's about it. And then set them up for each of the layout. So each of the layout. And just doing here. That what's labor intensive is just shaving down the chip to make sure that you can get the contact points right. And literally what you're seeing here, all this black onto it, is just a coating so that way these are not because you do have to like basically touch these together. And then here's the flash card. Very old tech. This is very old tech. This is nothing new at all. This is very old tech. And yeah, here you go. And you could do this on SSDs, SSDs, solid state devices. You could do this on also your SIM cards as well. As soon as I saw I got the console, I understand. I just had no reference for what something like that would cost. Not that much. Not that much. does take a little bit of time to set up. Well, thank you. Too bad you weren't here at the beginning of the stream. I went over a whole bunch of GPU prices over the 18 months. Yep, this is nothing new. This is a spider board. Ta-da! And depending on what you're doing, depends on how many pins you're going to be using. Depends on what you want to recover. It can be, depending on what you're doing or wanting. And it costs a lot of money to retrieve your data, because data to some people is very expensive. That data could have, like for a lot of people with like cryptocurrency, like the cryptocurrency wallets and that. If all of a sudden it wasn't working, right? They needed someone to do data recovery on it, so that way they can flash it to this. That way they can flash it to another card, a blank. This is also what a lot of scammers use. But data recovery is expensive. They just make a lot of money from it because data is very sensitive in some cases, and to some people it's worth a lot of money. So it's generally $1,000 per job. You have to go to the Discord channel if you're not in the Discord channel. You have to go to the Discord channel and then send a link. You won't be able to send the link on YouTube, unfortunately. And if the data requires somebody with a high level of security, yep, exactly. Yeah, it costs more. Yeah, but generally it's $1,000 per job, depending on how deep and how much information or what information you're trying to get. Somebody's trying to sell me their Mac for some RAM kits. I'm sorry, I don't care for Mac. I think your Mac belongs in the trash. I don't care if it was a brand new Mac. Throw it in the trash. It's worth nothing to me. I need a hero. It's gonna be strong. It's gonna be fast. If you just showed up, welcome to the Discord channel. I wonder how many people are gonna say hi. I think there's almost 100 people now in it. It's gonna be strong. It's gonna be fast. I need a hero. All right, I'm in. Are you sure? I don't feel you. I need a hero. Is it in yet? Oh, he's in. Oh, he's in. All right. Yeah, you can post the link there. If you want to just post the link there, it's fine. We now have 96 members. Too bad it wasn't 69. Nice. But yeah, 96 members now in Discord. Nice. Yeah, you can post the link in the Discord channel. It's gonna be strong. It's gonna be fast. I need a hero. What we got here? China plans 39 AI data centers with 115,000 restricted NVIDIA Hopper GPUs. Holy, holy. Oh, that's not a whole lot. Oh, could you? Gonna be strong, he's gonna be fast. Post in the Discord, or what are you doing? Oh, I think he finally posted it. Yux Nor. Another buddy, welcome to the Discord channel. We now have 97 members in the Discord channel. Oh, yep. Wait. I didn't see. Wait. Can Intel save us? Not this year. Yo. I almost couldn't get in. That's pretty cool. It's pretty wild. Somebody made that. That's pretty cool. I mean, that is a little bit different. I mean, it would only work for certain work. Not really SSD by the looks of it. It looks like I don't think it'll work for SSD. Yeah, the open hardware community is amazing. It's amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I agree on that, man. That's pretty cool though. It's gonna be strong, it's gonna be fast. We do need Intel back though. We need Intel back in the business. Like we need Intel doing something. Intel not doing a whole lot is good for them, as in they're saving money and invested their time on better stuff, but not having Intel at the same time right now, at least bringing out anything that's new at the prices that they generally sell for, especially with their like GPUs. Good prices for price to performance is the best. It's not good. It's not good that we don't have them. But we're not gonna have them anytime soon. So don't get your hopes up. We need a hero. Yeah, that's brutal. Gotta be strong, gotta be fast. Yeah. Yeah, open hardware community and open software community is amazing. Amazing what people put their actual knowledge to. Yeah, same. Same. We do. We do. We needed like a B770 at a decent price. At least 16 gigabytes of VRAM. At least 16 gigabytes of VRAM. And a maximum of like $300. Max. And something that will beat like a 4070 Ti. I mean, I get your hopes up, but can beat a 4070 Ti, that would be even more amazing. Like AMD and NVIDIA would technically have to lower their prices if they did something like that. Intel with their CPUs, yeah, they're going to be coming out with, hopefully, they will be coming out with something that absolutely blows the water away from AMD. Not sure about any of the actual performance with NVIDIA CPU, though, unfortunately. Yeah, but then the way that things are going between China and the US for stuff, I don't know. Based and no no lie about that, but yeah, it's gonna cost a lot. Again, NVIDIA has a CPU already that's for data centers and stuff like that, but yeah, basically, yeah, basically, yeah, it's gonna cost a lot. It's not gonna be cheap for the NVIDIA CPU, and it's basically an AI focused CPU. The word first. Gotta put the word first, then the US. Nah, man. Red, white, and blue. Stars and stripes, mother. I'm right. Oh. I need a hero. Sorry. Yeah, check some stuff. Machine gun sounds an eagle. You're supposed to say bald eagle. Bald eagle. You gotta make sure it's true American. America. Long live America. Freedom. Bald eagles and machine guns. Only reason I got laptop is for monitoring my car. I mean, yeah, that's nice. It's true, yeah, with the Windows tablet, yeah. You can do a lot with them. The processors are now are just so much better than what they used to be. So much better. I need a hero. Gotta be strong. Gotta be fast. Hell yeah, brother. Oh man, brutal. Through the sensor. OBD. Plug it in. Plug it. You got a adapter. The manifold from Fast and Furious 1, no way. Hi. 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 I need a hero. Hi. You gonna say hi? You gonna say hi? No? Wow. Wow. Oh, she says, thank you. Gonna be strong, it's gonna be fast. I mean, you can get an adapter to the OBD and then have software. I mean, I had a sensor for it that I could check. I can literally check all my stuff through it. Turbo, my pump, fuel pump, like everything basically. AEM Infinity tie, it's an Infinity tie. Infinity. We're gonna call it the Infinity. Not the Infinity, the Infinity. Because I don't know how to talk anymore. Because I'm from no. America. Tonight, no. I was thinking tomorrow. What I was thinking of doing is one of the systems, either the dual CPU server. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I can do that. I can do that on the top system. The bottom system can't overclock technically. I can't overclock it because the server, the dual CPU server. But the top system I can do overclocking on. Or I can set it up so that way I can overclock my main system. So 13900K, 48 gigabytes of Hynix MDI RAM, and I can show you some overclocking for DDR5, timings, voltages, and stuff like that, and 3070 Ti. I can do that, or I can do the a Xeon system, the 3770K, or yeah, 3770K system, and 1080 Ti, 2080 Super, if you want. I need a hero. I mean, I probably should do a live stream of it overclocking again. I mean, I'm probably gonna be doing a live stream about doing power limit mods. No power limit mods on GPUs. Again, because people do like that. So I'll be doing some soldering. I mean, I gotta be on tomorrow because I'll be on tomorrow. Be on tomorrow. I'll be on Sunday. I'll be on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. America. Generally on every day for generally minimum like 8 hours generally. Yeah, only days ending in Y. I'm on all the time. I've been trying to do more videos. It's just, god dang. I like to get as much information as I can before I send out a video. And then, Know Your Joe gave me a game through Steam, which is Guardians of the Galaxy game. Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy game, which I'm working on a video on that now. A bunch of videos in the works. And then I have to do it through not just my main system with different RAM frequencies, different CPU frequencies, different CPUs, different GPUs. It's a lot. There's a lot to do, man. I do a lot. I might not be alive all the time. I try to be alive all the time, but when I'm not, I'm busy. Coming to Peru to deploy some IoT sensors. Oh, gotcha. You want me to? Do you want me to? I mean, I can. I could. I mean, it's an idea. It's like a storyline dash single player game. It's not my style. I mean, it looks pretty good. I played for like 20 minutes and I literally just finished the start of the storyline. I guess. Yeah, I could do it. For sure. I could do it, man. I could do it. I could do that tomorrow. Do this. Actually, I could do that tomorrow morning and do some overclocking tomorrow night. Because I don't want to do any kind of like overclocking while it's so hot. Tomorrow's gonna be hot. Tomorrow's gonna be hot. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll do that tomorrow. To live stream Guardians of the Galaxy dash overclocking. Gotta be strong, gotta be fast. I need it here. I just can't get that song out of my head. Give me 1 minute. Ooh. People trying to do trades on stuff I'll never buy. You want this Mac for that RAM? I'm sorry. I want to say exactly what I want to say, like as in just throw it in the trash where it belongs, but it's like I'm sorry, no. What? Autocorrect gets that right of all things. I don't even I don't even remember that. Wait, have I even watched Fab Five? Yeah, just give me a minute here. Oh, right, everybody. My bad. I'm kind of sticking things in places. Let's go. Hey, this guy. This finger, no. This finger, pretty close. This pinky, almost. But I mean, still got him. Almost lost my thumb, almost lost my pointer, and almost a little bit of my pinky. But they're still there. It's somehow still working. Gotta be strong, gotta be fast, la 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 la. What I might do tomorrow too is do like a help fund me thing for the upcoming competition. Like the upcoming competition in 3 days. So I will be doing a lot of overclocking here. Like a lot of overclocking within the next 3 days. A lot. Just give me a second here. Gotta be strong, gotta be fast. La, 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 la. I need a hero. So yeah, we only got like 3 days left here. 3 days left for the competition. And we go to this is the Team Cup competition. So miscellaneous, Intel, divided by core count, LGA1151, LGA1155, LGA 1200 and 1700. I'll do 1700 divided by core count. So I'll do my 12600K, my 13900K. Let's see what I can do with them. But I would hope, let's see, like, again, I'm going to try to see if I can do, like, a fund, help fund for this competition. Because then I'll try to get some dry ice. You better dust off them pom-poms. Yep. And then, so we got Intel, we got dual GPU, AMD, DDR3 for Y Cruncher, DDR3 only, and use 2, 4, and 6 processor cores in total. I'll be using 4 core. I'll use my 3770K. See if I can get it up to 5.2 gigahertz or higher, and see what I can do there. You got it. And I don't have the AMD CPUs right now, unfortunately. I need motherboards. DDR3, DDR4, DDR5. I'll see what I can do. This is memory, so Geekbench 3 for the memory score. I did this last year, did pretty good. And I'll see what I can do here for DDR5. And then we can go to NVIDIA GPUs. SLI, again, it would be nice to get some more donations in that. I'll buy another GTX 770, or if I can find any GTX 780s around, I'll do SLI on that. I just need another 770 though. I'll do power limit mod, no power limit mod on that one too, and see what we can do. I'll also even see if I can do water cooling on them. But yeah, we'll do SLI. GPU family, so no GeForce 4000, 5000 series or Quattros or Titans allowed. So kind of sucks. GPU, so only use cards from 200 series, 400 series, and 500 series. I don't have 200 series, 400 series, 500 series, so I can't do this, unfortunately. And then Night Raid here, use only 900 series. I don't have any GTX 9, like 980s would be nice. Like a 980 Ti would be really nice. I'm going to do either GTX 1080, 1080 Ti, and my 2080 Super. And I will be water cooled 2080 Super, of course. And I might do no power limit mod on the 1080 Ti. And what I'm going to do is do a BIOS, flash a BIOS for the 1080. So that way I can do core voltage mod and be able to overclock it more. No power limit mod too. That would still fit. And Intel CPU, R23 single core performance. So I will be doing this as well. Multi-core. I will be using my LGA 1366 here. I'll use my Xeons. 4 processor cores in total. So I will definitely be doing this on multiple CPUs. My 5650 is pretty good. My 5657 is pretty good for that as well. But my 5650 definitely would be good. And it doesn't say anything about it doesn't say anything about disabling cores, so I can disable cores on my 5650. Make it 4 core, which would be good. And then I don't have any of these, unfortunately. I do have CPUs for LJ775. I just don't have motherboards anymore. They done skis. And then yeah, Intel CPU, just 2 processor cores in total. and different CPU cores required. So what used to be an Intel chip is now a GPU? What? Nope. LJ775? 5650? 5650, not 5060. 5650. So I'll show you what I mean by that. 5650, right here. LJ1366. LJ 5650. So I got 7-zip, well, in team record. But yeah, actually, I gotta do 7-zip still. Yep. This is 5650. I gotta do a bunch of scores on the 5650 still. Let's go. I could be doing a lot of overclocking here then. No. Xeon. Third gen. No, it's not part of the scalable Xeon. So I can't even tell you what it really is for Gen. The Xeon, 5000 series Xeon. Well, it's a 5600 series Xeon. Then you get the 5500 series Xeons as well. Yeah, yeah, man. There's a lot of chips. A lot of chips. So here's all the Xeons for the 5600 series. You also got the E5603, E5606, E5607, E5620, E5630, E5640, E5645. I mean, I also got, so I have the X5650, the X5667 4-core. You can also get the ones with 6-core. And then I also have 5770. No, sorry, 5570. No, 5550, sorry. No, 5570, sorry. Should be able to see that. Yeah, 5570 here, which is part of their 5500 series Xeons. E5500, I'll hit the X5570, which is the top of the line for the 5500 series. I got a lot of these chips too. A lot of them. And then also with LGA1366, you also got the i7-900s. So, like the i7-930 that I have here. So you got the i7-900s with Nehelm. So you got the i7-920, 930, 940, 950, 960, 940. Extreme 940, Extreme 965, Extreme 975, and then 980 as well. 980, 980X, which is here. Nope. They're not showing it. They're not showing it. But yeah, there's a lot of CPUs. A lot of CPUs. I have a few. 12600K, i5 2400, i5 8600K, i7 2600, i7 3770K, i7 6700, i7 8700K, i7 930, 12900K, 13900K, 13900KF, 5570, 5650, and 5667. Those are CPU that I have on here. Not all that I've used. I've used a lot more than just these. A lot more than this. The Intel CPU instead of AMD. You do a lot more with the RAM. There's not much of a difference as in building it. Not much in building it. Basically the same for building it. Especially since you worked on the 9000 series CPUs from AMD, right? So it's still LGA, Land Grid Array. And since it's still LGA or Land Grid Array, it's very, very similar. As an AMD used to be Pin Grid Array. Everything. Yeah, make sure you do all the updates right off the bat. Take your time, make sure you're doing all the updates. Check for additional updates as well. All the drivers, everything. Make sure you do everything. It's all the same though. Do everything the exact same. Just make sure you're fully up to date. And then all the video cards I've done as well. Motherboards, memory. I should have DDR3 in here, but it's not showing my DDR3. All the kits. Yep. Yeah, do all that the same way, buddy. I need a hero. Oh, I gotta get back up to top 10 in Canada. And top 30 in Team WEG. Right now I'm 25th in Canada for this season, which isn't very good. Hoping to be top 5 again. I mean, I guess not doing terrible, but I would like to be top 5 again. Tabs is in first. Nice. Tabs is crushing it. Crushing it. I need a hero. Working on it this weekend, but I won't be able to do anything until Monday, really? Really? That sucks. Lose a score. Team. Five. Yeah, I dropped 2 places now. Dang. Dropped 2 places. It's fine, I can do better. I can do better. Oh, probably. Probably have, actually. Probably have. 7-zip. My best one. 237,000. I mean, it's I can do better. I can already do better than this. I already know that. I did test at about 240,000. Which aren't half bad, but still, I could do better than probably than that. I can do better than that. Sebi, 472,000. Wild. That puts me at 29th for 1300K, 135th in the world for all CPUs, all 24 core. 420th for world record. 420, let's go. Out of 6,310. And I'm down here. And I'm beating out, say, 950X, some 14900Ks. Some 9950X 3D. Really? How is this 9950X 3D that bad? Should be better than that. That's wild. Should be better than that. 9950X3, I think it's really good. Good rippers. Oh, okay. Well, it's not as good as I thought, but still pretty good. Liquid nitrogen. The top 9950X 3D is doing 338,000. Safe disk did it. Nice. 6.8 gigahertz. Holy moly. That's wild because I was doing testing on Professor's 9950X 3D and we're getting like 267,000. That's wild. Oops. I think when I tested mine, it said the XTX was the next tier up, and mine scored better than its average. That's good. Yeah, scoring better than average is nice. Can't complain about that. Let's see. Can't complain about that. Let's see. I think I should be ending the stream here soon, though. Supposed to be better, yeah. And it probably was a little bit better, but I mean, depends on what that better card was paired with, too, right? All depends on the CPU you're pairing it with, the RAM as well. RAM can come into play. It can. Even still, just seeing that your card's doing better than the average of a better card is still nice to see. It's still nice to see. Oh. I should probably end the stream though. Pretty good stream though, I'd say. Yeah. Yeah. Used all pretty good parts for it. It does help. It does. It does. Yeah. Try to be on a bit earlier tomorrow. Same processing power on the CPU and the same bandwidth on the display. Wait, what? Wouldn't you have more processing power with the new CPU? Wouldn't you have more processing power? Yeah, just for gaming, different. Technically have more processing power. Because you had the 9600X before, right? For the 9. Yeah, you're gonna find more performance and like multitasking and productivity, of course, 14600K. And with each type of CPU and looked at them, 6 nanometer have the same frames. Probably. Probably. That's why I wish I had somehow just won the lottery, even though I don't gamble at all. Because I would do stuff like that. Yeah, what's really going on exactly? Yeah, I've never gambled, never will. That home pawn shops. Now you got an idea. Man with a plan. Yep. Might as well call him Stan. No, 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 no. Yeah, I hear you there. I hear you there, man. Yeah, I hear you there. Na 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 na. I need a hero. True. Should've. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Welcome back, Joe. Welcome back. Again born. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Um, Burnt up GPU. Burnt up 4060 Ti and 4070. 4070 from bad power supply, though. A really crappy power supply. And the 4060 Ti looks like fake news. Fake news. I need a hero. And went over a bunch of the overclocking I'll be doing here in the future for the competition. The hardwarebot.org competition, which is the Hardwarebot Team Cup. Basically, it looks like he actually took a torch to it. Torch to the one side of it. Because what he's saying that the 4060 Ti that he's showing in the picture, he was comparing it to the 4060 Ti Founders Edition, which the card that he was showing in the Founders Edition are not even the same card. And he was saying the issue is probably from the same thing that was happening in this, or the same thing in this video, and showed the layout of the video. It's not even the same card that he was showing. So the layout is not the same. The PCB is not the same. Nothing's the same. And then what he was showing is, what was shown is just not right. And the way it looks like he literally took a torch to the top part of it. Because it looks like right at that spot, it looks like a torch mark, like burnt, melted it. I mean, it's not even the power supply. The 4070 though. I mean, I don't know what size power supply since it was from a mining rig. The power supply is from a mining rig. That's wild. Like, who knows what size? That could have gone all the way up to 2,000 watts or more. And then one of the if the OCP didn't trip, and then let's say the capacitor just dumps the power into it. Oh, man, that's why it looked the way it did. But the 4060 Ti, nah, looks like fake news. Probably not to that degree, but yeah, I could still do that in a way, yeah, but probably not to that degree. That was pretty wild. Okay, let's say it's calling for the full 500 watts because the OCP didn't trip, and that power supply can technically put out 600 watts before the OCP trip. The power supplies are generally rated to do more than what it's supposed to be rated for. So let's say it's pumping out 600 watts to that card. Yes, the card would technically be calling the card calling. Let's say from the power supply side though, it just dumps it just dumps its load all over it. Basically, what's happening is the capacitor inside. The size of the capacitor just also depends on the size of the actual power supply. So like a 500 watt versus a 1600 watt, the capacitors are going to be a lot beefier in the bigger power supply. And then all those the capacitor charged up. Oh man, yeah. And the capacitor loaded up just dumps the full amount of what it has into it into the actual GPU like that. That's when you see stuff like that. But like a 500 watt versus like a 2000 watt power supply is gonna be a bit different. No, he's not. I think I'm like the only one here. Actually, um, there is someone here that does it. Yeah, just haven't seen him on the YouTube and channel in a bit. For being, yeah. I need a hero. Commercials. Let's go. Drip drop drip. Again? The drip drop drip mix. It should be doing Dubby, my sponsor. It should be Dubby. It should be my sponsor. Dubby. Link in the description below. They are like an energy drink company. And So you just click the link, it automatically applies the coupon. If you just go to w.com for checking it out, if you apply OCPC, you get 10% off, and I get a portion. Show you. Give me one sec. I'll show you. Show you what I'm talking about with my sponsor. I need a hero. Gotta be strong, gotta be fast, and I'm down. In the link description below. Actually, give me a sec. I'll put a link in the chat. Gotta be strong, gotta be fast, click the wrong one. And right here, should be able to click that, yes. Oh, maybe not. My bad. There we go. Click that. And I'll bring it to the page. I've been trying to message them. I haven't been getting much. Zotac messaged me back and said not at this time. Corsair, I haven't got a message back. G-Skill, haven't got a message back. Intel, AMD, NVIDIA, haven't got a message back. Yeah, I should try MSI. I mean, yeah, I gotta try a whole bunch of other companies, but small of a YouTube channel. It's not like I'm gonna get any of them to do that. Yeah, so this is W. Fairly recent, yeah. Within the last 6 months. I know, man. I know. Still, small YouTube channel can only do so much. Dave's happy. Yo, Dave's happy. Dreamsicle? Yeah, if you use my code or go again, link in the description below, you get 10% off. You can also get, like, if you don't like caffeine, you can also get caffeine-free ones as well. And they got a whole bunch of different shakers and bottles as well. I got to send in so I can get my review sample. Orange vanilla. You like orange? Orange vanilla. I probably like the Dragonade. Yeah, it's supposed to be a little bit different of an energy drink too. It's not supposed to give you any kind of like jitters and stuff like that. Then I'm gonna apply to see if I can get my own made. I'll have to apply and see if I can get my own made, my own custom blend made. That'd be pretty cool. No, the only flavor I'd probably really want is like a blue raspberry style or dragon fruit, pomegranate would be alright. Calio cream for the orange vanilla. The orange vanilla, is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, I guess I could show this again. So let's say you click the link, right? You click that link in the description below on this. You just click on whatever one you like. You know, if you like a shaker in that too, but whatever one you like here. And let's say you do. I don't know. I mean, Japanese yuza, that sounds pretty good. So click on that. You add to cart. Oops. Remove this one. See how it said with the coupon, the OCPC? You get 10% off. So $56 goes down to $50. I mean, it's not cheap by any means, but still get $5.60 off. Oh yeah, daddy. I mean, Dragonade looks pretty good. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, so 30 servings per tub. 30 servings. It's my first sponsor. Are you dead? Yeah. I like the kind of gives me just. I mean, you also got like caffeine-free ones too. The stuff that gives you jitter, you know it's working when you're jittery. Hi. Hi. Anything else? Is that all? Selection generous for me. Hi. Hi. Oh. Hi. Well, yeah, hold on. There you go. There's a happy kitty. Hmm? You happy? Yeah. You look happy. Yeah, you look happy. Hi. You play with the beard? Huh? You play with the beard? Gotta be strong, gotta be fast. It's hard for me to move around if not vibrating. That's friction. Yeah, he is. Bam, bam, bam. Right. Oh, alright, take her easy, man. Take her easy, man. Rub a dub dub. Peace. Yeah. Did have 10-11 for a while though. Did have 10-11 for a while. It'd be nice getting back up to that 50 viewer, 50, 60 viewer range. My best is like 260 viewers. Still though, got a $50 I got $50 super and a $1.50 super. So can't complain about that. Can't complain. I did get a couple supers. For that stream? What do you mean? Oh, for the 260? I was talking about GPUs, GPU leaks. Yeah, I was talking about GPU leaks. So all of a sudden, I had like my average of like I was averaging around 40, 50 viewers at a time, and then all of a sudden, like 200 people just came out of nowhere. Only for a little bit, but then yeah, I mean, can't complain. Yeah, I was talking about some GPU leaks when I had that. And then for my average of views, like around that 50, 60 views average throughout almost throughout the live stream, actually. Most of the majority of the live stream. I was just doing like PC stuff, like what I'm doing now too. Just talking about stuff, just blabbing it on about stuff. And they like to listen. I was also doing really long live streams, like minimum 12-hour long. Majority of them were 16, 18-hour live streams. And then some other ones were like 30-hour live streams, 30-hour plus, or like 20 plus hours. Some of the views just started coming, basically. But basically just what I'm doing now, just doing what I do. Yeah, I think it was the longest one I had was 36-hour live stream. Yeah, that's what a lot of people are saying too. Oh, you're still going. Still going, man. Still going. As long as I have food, some coffee, good to go. I don't know. When your main income is basically YouTube, that's what I did. I should start doing some more long live streams like that. Get more views, get more subscribers. I'm probably gonna do like a live stream tomorrow to see if I can get some people to come in and help me afford some like dry ice and stuff for the competition coming up. See if they want to help out for the competition. Would be nice. Cool if not, I can still do pretty good. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, because I'll see what I can do. Try to get because if I can get another cheap GPU, an old cheap GPU, I can do SLI, and I can show people about SLI, especially older SLI stuff and stuff like that. I was gonna say what? Don't be drowning. But yeah, I'm gonna see what I. Cause I would like to get some pretty good scores for this competition for our team. I do have a whole bunch of stuff already. I would like to get some more stuff. Uh, Being able to get some dry ice, and it's not cheap. I mean, I would like to raise a like minimum couple hundred, but as much as I can. The more I can raise, the more I can put into the competition. The more I can overclock some really good scores. I can get some other cheap GPUs and CPUs, and show about that. Again, I could show about power limit mods, soldering techniques, overclocking on new stuff and old stuff. As much as I can. I like to raise as much as I can. Now, basically, I'll be going to the competition. Competition doesn't really get me money. This competition doesn't get me money. It does help out for my overall score. It can help out because I could do that as well, but it might actually help me be able to afford like a CPU pod or GPU pod or some RAM pots. That would be nice to be able to afford one of them. They're very expensive. If I can raise up enough money, that'd be awesome. Yep, as much as I can. I'm not looking. Anything helps, basically. Even if I raise $20, if I raise $20, that'd be awesome because then I could actually maybe buy another GTX 770. It's not like I need another GTX 770, but I would like some more of them so I can do SLI. And then for the competition, it's SLI for GTX 700 series. And if I can raise enough, I can either A, just do water cool them with chill them out with like dry ice. It's really good. If I don't raise enough, I can at least afford to get some ice, like buy a whole bunch of ice because I got big buckets already. I can just use ice, chill them out that way. Yeah, I got ideas. I got ideas. Just whatever I can. I'm not a greedy person. I am not a greedy person. Oh, yesterday I made almost $7 off my videos. Really? Wow. Wait, who became a member July 9th? Someone became a member July 9th. Who? Yeah. Yeah, cool. I mean, I only have 3 right now. Shubal, Retrovet, and the Machine. They joined 2 months ago, 3 months ago, and 3 months ago. The Machine and Retrovet, I remember them. Shubal, I don't remember Shubal becoming one. Oh, maybe he was the one that got the gifted. Retrovet gifted. So maybe it was him that got gifted. But not understanding memberships. Oh, yeah, yeah, okay, so they redid it. They redid the memberships. Back 2 of them have already done it, which is back in June 26th and July 9th. Cool. It's weird. They weren't there to show me, or they didn't show me. That's pretty cool. Um, it's a pretty good deal, in my opinion. Oh yeah, they updated their memberships. Cool. Ridge Wallet again, eh? Ridge Wallet. Let's go making some food. Let's think about making some food. Wow. I've actually never heard of them, Bob. Pre-made meals. Are they good price? Probably not. I don't want to know the price. Oh, I probably should make some food. Oh, excuse me. Welcome back. I'm probably gonna make some food here. So it'll probably be like back and forth. Yeah. Probably be like back and forth. Hi. I need a hero. What are you saying when it cut out to commercials? I'm going to be making some food. Nah, I was talking about the Cook Unity Ridge wallet. The 7600 X3D combo. It's not bad. Not a bad price. That's what you're saying before that. The 7600 X3D combo. It's not a bad price. back for a second. Gotta stop, Yeah, sorry guys. Yeah. I'm gonna be back and forth quite a bit. What? And I'm here. If anyone has a question, please let me know. Oh. Oh, what are you gonna fight about now? I'm back and forth. I'm just trying to make some food. I get like back and forth, back and forth. What are you gonna fight about now? What do you want to fight about now? What? I didn't read anything of it going to 7 gigahertz. Is it a short or where? No, it's not his latest video. His latest video is Xbox kills backward compatible leak. AMD Zen 6. Is that from 9 days ago? Is that the one you're talking about? Nah, nah, nah. Because what I was getting and what like all my known source. Oh, right here. Would 7 giga? He's talking about would 7 gigahertz matter? Give me a second here. No, he's saying if it hits. If it hits. No, he's saying if it hits. So the known leaks, that I can find, that anyone else can find, any leaks that anyone else finds, I've already found, is maximum of 6.2 and a rumor of 6.3 gigahertz max. Sorry, that's it. No, no. Target's 7 gigahertz. It's not. They're not going to. He doesn't have inside sources. He does not have inside sources. He does not have inside sources. No, he does not have inside source. He is not a big YouTuber. He's a middle ground YouTuber. I'm small. He's middle. Big is over 1 million subscribers. It won't be 7 gigahertz. Give me 1 second. I have to go check on food. Can you get give me some words of what he said in that video, and then I'll go and watch that video and let you know what he's talking about there and how he's wrong. He's talked about other things that he's been wrong more than 50% of the time. I've been right 90% of the time with this stuff. Tell me some stuff he said though. And this is from the same source that told him that we're targeting 5.5 for Zen 4. No, no. You know he's been wrong. He said they're going to be coming out with 32 core. He said, guaranteed, they're going to be coming out with 32 core Zen 6. They canceled that 32 core. Known leaks. His known leaks are exactly what you can get off of Reddit and Twitter. Actually, you can get it off of Twitter, Reddit, and Tech Power Up, and also Tom's Hardware. A day to 3 days before he comes out with the video. Medusa Point is still Zen 6. Olympic Ridge is still Zen 6. You gotta put them in around the same range. They will not be hitting 7 gigahertz. So we're waiting for multiple people to work on a Zen 6 architecture. We'll confirm it. Yes, we'll confirm it. It's not gonna happen. It will not happen. Medusa Point still supposed to get some pretty good frequencies. Doesn't matter. It's still Zen 6. There's still gonna be 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer chips. Both will still be using 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer portions for the chips. They're not strictly 2 nanometer chips. So a lot of people don't realize it's not strictly 2 nanometer chips. They are 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer. What has not confirmed whether or not it's going to be on like a CCD or CCDX, CCD or CCX. They're not sure if it's going to be monolithic or if it's going to be chiplet design. Yes, it's 3 different nodes. Correct. Correct. Yes. Okay, do you know what that node is made of? Do you know what N2X is made of? Do you know what that node is made of? Not strictly 2 nanometer. Portions of that CPU will be 2 nanometer. More or less going to be the cores will be 2 nanometer. Hopefully. They will not be doing anything about DDR6 either. DDR6 has been a known thing now. Low power DDR6, and then hopefully here soon DDR6 will be coming out with really good frequencies, and they're not planning on using DDR6. They're only going to be implementing 2 memory control channels for DDR5. It's not another node. If you checked it out and watched my live stream yesterday, I talked about this, and it's not a jump. There's no jumps about this. It is the exact same as Zen 5, like what we have right now. And the only thing difference is the actual frequency is going to change, and that's about it. And more cores. Sorry, more cores. It's a refresh from last gen. It's just a refresh. It's like the Raptor Lake refresh with the 13th to the 14th gen CPUs. No, it's not going to be possible. I'm sorry. It will not be possible for them to hit 7 gigahertz. If they try to do the 7 gigahertz, guarantee there's going to be issues. I mean, a ton of issues. It will not happen. I don't care. I don't care where his source is coming from. He's just making up news. He's making stuff up. Give me a minute. I got you. Yeah, my bad. Nah, nah. I mean, I'll take your money. I'll take your money. I don't mind taking your money. It won't hit 7 gigahertz. Not even on a single core. Not even on a Not even on a single core, unfortunately. 'Cause I follow him too, and yeah, he's been wrong a lot, and he's been bringing out a lot of clickbait stuff. He's not a big like a big YouTuber. Like, just over 200,000 subscribers is not a big YouTuber, buddy. I'm a small YouTuber compared to him, and I've gotten better leaks than him. And yet he has insider stuff. I'm trying. Where are you getting this video? Are you sure it's Moore's Law is dead? I can't use it. You can't. Your video won't work. You're on YouTube. You have to do it onto the Discord. Is it the podcast? Nope. Videos? Thank you. I wonder if I was blocked from his channel. Because of the one comment I made the other day. Pretty sure that's what happened. I was probably blocked from one of the comments I made. Bringing up his lies. And now he's wrong on it. It's on a whole bunch of stuff and how all these YouTubers are being paid by AMD. If you look, it's all AMD on his page now. Let's see if I can watch it through. Let's go here. Good. No, I literally had no choice to say. I'm just like, man, this is getting ridiculous what these YouTubers are saying. All the ones that are heavily paid by AMD. So I had to say something. Now I can watch it. I can watch it. Confirmed. 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 It's not 3 node jumps. How's it 3 node jumps? A lot of people think they'll achieve 7. If they don't though, I'll think 6.4 most likely, which is still a bit higher than what I've actually said. He's saying 6.4. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry. That some people are saying 7 gigahertz and he's saying 6.4. It's not achievable. It's not achievable, especially for AMD. They would have to literally revolutionize, and they're not revolutionizing enough with this Zen 6. It's going to be amazing. It's not going to be that amazing. I don't want to get I don't want to crush people's dreams or get people's hopes up. So I'm trying to give them the actual numbers and that they should actually see when Zen 6 comes. So I'm telling people, if you can save your money right now and have enough money for when Zen 6 comes out on desktop, it will be very, very good. It will not be 7 gigahertz. Some people rumored, not even a leak at all, no leaked. It's a rumored. Some people are hoping for 7 gigahertz. It's not going to happen. No. No, he's saying 6.4 gigahertz. And 7 is not the middle number. He's saying some people. He literally just said some people are saying 7 gigahertz. He's saying 6.4. Again, what I've came out with and saying 6 gigahertz is probably the guarantee. 6.2 is going to be the number. I'll listen to the whole thing, but literally the beginning of it, he literally said, it's not. Just give me a second. Give me a second. I gotta check my food. Specifically says 7's the middle number. No. I'm not 100% saying that's the exact clocks. Even at 6.4. Are you watching the same one I am? No, you gotta start from 353. 510, you're saying? Oh, 505. Know that when I say 7 gigahertz, it's in the middle of the top goal and what they're achievable right now. It's not at the top. That's why he's saying. It's fair for me to say. They're targeting 7 gigahertz. That's not even AMD saying that they're targeting that. That's fake news. It's fake news. Stop. 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 Stop with the fake news. He's getting clicks. He's wrong again. Him saying this is literally wrong again. And it gets him more views. It gets him more subscribers because they're not watching the whole thing. No. It's going to use 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer, like I've been saying. Jesus. there's no actual, nothing has really changed from Zen 5 to Zen 6 besides core count and frequency. That's literally a little bit better than a Raptor Lake refresh from Intel that people hated. That's all they're doing. Now, even let's say they do achieve these high gigahertz numbers, it will not be probably on their high end. It will not be on their high end with what I'm saying, 24, maybe 26 cores, maybe 26 cores. 24 is what it's probably going to be, but might have 26 cores. And it will not achieve those numbers at all. It will be a CPU that probably has 12 to 16 cores, not 24 to 26, like what's guaranteed to come out. The 32 was cut / no longer, probably for reasons. Maybe the yield wasn't as high. Hey man, just because I can't grow a beard, it grows in like this, all right? Maybe 26, maybe 26. It could be 26. It depends on how they're actually structuring it, though, is why I'm saying 26. It depends on how they're structuring it. If it's monolithic, single die, that'll be good for them. If it's a like CCX versus like two different CCDs, I guess. Yeah. More authority. He has more authority. Again, he's been wrong a lot, and he's using it for clickbait. Yeah, Strokes beard. But yeah, no. It's not true. It definitely go smoke. I gotta go finish my food. I'm trying to make myself some chicken parm. Cheesy chicken parm. Yeah, I'll watch it again. I'll listen to exactly what he's saying. But as you can literally see, every time he looks up and contemplates what he should be saying, it's lies. It's all lies. And he does it on many, many videos like that. And he's been wrong on all that saying before. It's just clickbait. Just clickbait. Clickbait. Again, his leaks are my leaks. My leaks come out before his. His clickbaits, I don't do. It's not true. All right, I'll be right back. Just letting the cheese melt. I would love to say he's right. I would love to say that that's true. It's not gonna happen. Not anytime soon are we gonna be hitting 7 gigahertz. Not even on a single core. Not even on a single core. I would love to say it. I would love to say it's true. Trust me. AMD Zen 6 is going to be good. Medusa Point and Olympic Ridge is going to be good. But for what a lot of people are saying, or some people are saying, that it's going to hit these kind of frequencies, have all these cores, it's not going to have as many cores as you think, and it's not going to hit these frequencies, and it's not going to be the evolutionary, revolutionary CPU you think it is. It's going to be a refreshed CPU, basically refreshed CPU, just a lower node, and not even fully lower node. It's going to be 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer. I would love to see 7 gigahertz out of a CPU. Just no liquid nitrogen, no dry ice, not even chilling at 7 gigahertz. See 7 gigahertz once in a while. It's not going to happen. It's not. I love it. I would love it. Gotta be strong. Gotta be fast. I need a hero. I'm just waiting for the cheese to melt. And I'll be right back. Yeah, she loves boxes too. Yes, they are. Yep. They are absolutely wild. Well, it'd be nice if Intel came out with a decent GPU. I mean, the B580 and 8770 were decent in a way. I mean, like performance wise, be like a higher end GPU. That's a little high, in my opinion. I mean, it performs good. I mean, it performs pretty good. It's just a little high. What brand? Holy, a 7800 XT? Are you Canadian like me? Because sounds about like Canadian price. Yep, gigabyte. That's not bad then. I mean, depends on what model. What model? 3X Twin Force. Is it a 3X Twin Force? I hope. I can't believe the difference in price though. You know, Amazon's kind of weird with the prices. That'll be a big upgrade then. That'll be a big upgrade. Mm, maybe people were buying them for a while, and that's why they went up. And they want people to buy the newer GPUs. Well, tariffs were in place a while ago. Yep, prices of GPUs are wild. Actually, any PC hardware right now is pretty wild. Probably maybe they couldn't uh, make the deals that they used to, or have the same deals. Sorry, guess my mic's pretty far away. Yeah, maybe they just couldn't make the same deals. What do you mean? What kind of PC build? Nice. Yeah, the i7 8700K is pretty good. 6 core, 12 thread. They can actually overclock quite nicely too. Grandma, I'm not sure that PC case, so. I mean, CPU is good. You can do some decent RAM frequencies on it too. Performance even better. Are you around 5 gigahertz on it? I had one. Performed really good around 5 gigahertz. I had an 8600K as well, just a 6 core CPU, but it only reached about 4.8 because I made sure I tuned it when because of hot temperatures. Yep, all core. Yep. Yep, on a decent AIO, it should run around that. I have mine on a custom water loop. Best I got to is 5.2 gigahertz all core. Did a bunch of tests on that with pretty low voltage too. Got my food here. Yeah, right now she's petting herself on a box and licking her toe at the same time. Yeah, that's Gabby. She was a shelter cat. She's a polydactyl. She has opposable thumbs and extra claws in each paw, on each toe. Yeah, she's a good cat. Just making some food. Some parm rice. Oh, it's good. Well, she doesn't eat food like a dog, but you talk about me wolfing that in. Yeah, it's a pretty small meal for me. Yeah, she also sits, shakes, and shakes both paws, sits, lays down, comes when she's called. She does a lot. She's like a dog. Gabby, come here. Come here. Yeah, come here. Yeah. Yeah, come here. Holy, just taking your sweet time. Oh, she's stuck. Her claw's stuck in the carpet. I give her sometimes food when I eat, but not if it has spices. And since I put like a spicy, whole bunch of spiced up pasta sauce on it, I wouldn't give it to her, unfortunately. You stop. You stop. She had her claws stuck in the carpet. She's like, I would like to come over here, but she laid down and she was stuck in the carpet. And then she was meowing at me. I had to go rescue her. You good? I know. Yeah, I don't generally give my cat food that I eat unless it's completely plain, like plain steak, plain chicken. I eat a lot of plain chicken. But no spices. Make sure she doesn't get any spices. Cats can't technically have the spices. No doubt. Yeah, it's about 2 a.m. here for me. Well, thank you for joining the channel there, and hopefully you have yourself a good night. Or, I mean, I don't know how long you're gonna be sleeping for. It's 5 a.m. now. I guess it's the weekend. Hope you have yourself a good night, man. You good? Yeah. Probably should be getting myself some sleep though. I agree on that. Gotta be strong, he's gotta be fast. We need a hero. Oh, 5 a.m. come early. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I should probably be in the stream here soon. Yeah, it's a pretty short stream, 8 hours, but still 8 hours. It's 2 a.m. though. Probably have a earlier stream tomorrow or today. I'll try to have an earlier stream today. Try. I'm not saying I will. I'll try. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna probably end the stream here, guys. So, well, thank you for watching. Again, thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donators. Again, thank you to the donators again on the stream. Thank you very much. That does help out a lot. Helps out the channel more than you guys know. I'll be back on tomorrow. Probably do some overclocking. Maybe go over some PC hardware news. Probably won't be a whole lot from today to tomorrow. It's generally how it goes. But yeah, I'll try to do some overclocking tomorrow. Try to do a kind of like a fundraiser stream tomorrow for the upcoming competition, and so that way I can get some maybe new hardware, old hardware technically, but yeah, some new hardware, and maybe do some dry ice. So that will be the goal for tomorrow. Goal for tomorrow is do like a fundraiser stream, do overclocking and whatnot, yeah, for the upcoming competition, and yeah, so that way I can do maybe some dry ice. But that is gonna be it for this one. Again, thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donators. You guys are helping this channel more than you know. And as always, don't forget to get her done. Peace.